Hey, Umar, where's the school you promised?
And Umar, where's the school you promised? Hey, Umar, where's the school you promised us? We're still waiting for that school.
Hey, Umar, where's the school you promised us?
Where's the school? Is the school gonna open, Umar?
Where's the school? Is the school gonna open, Umar?
Wait, you think I'm playing? Y'all hear that? Where's the school? They're still out there. Oh, good garbage grade, what am I gonna do? I tricked off all that money. Think. I tell them we applied for our certificate of occupancy, but the city turned us down. Yeah.
All right, thank you guys so much for tuning on in One Sided Cook Rush Chat. Appreciate y'all's presence. It's going to probably be about an hour show. We won't be here that long. And yes, we do have some new footage of FDMG. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG, it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
We might as well say 2017. What's the difference? I mean, come on. Listen, at this point, what's the difference? Did I put 2006? What did I put on that poll? I don't even know. Let me see. At this point, it don't even matter. Yeah, I put 2017. My bad. We're leaving it on there too. We're leaving it on there. Okay. So make sure you get your vote in during this this live stream. We're only going to be here for about an hour. Okay. We're going to I do have Brother Enterprise has a video for us. And then also the main thing is I want to get through the Breakfast Club interview and just a small segment of it that appeared on YouTube where Umar is specifically talking about FDMG. So we won't be here long. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I put 2000. Yeah, I know we might as well. We can put 2047 on there. It don't make no difference. Okay, you feel me? All right. 2027 is going to be the year. All right. Okay, I'm gonna leave it up there though. That's fine. So you guys, it says 2017. Are you surprised that Umar Johnson changed the grand opening date to 2017? Whatever. I mean, it's supposed to be 2027. Let me fix it. Let me go ahead and fix it. I'm sorry. I didn't even notice. I just put it up. Okay, here we go. Are you surprised that Umar Johnson changed the grand opening date to 2017? Excuse me, I said 2027. Man, 2027. Okay, get your vote in, everybody. Okay, there we go. Someone said don't fix it. Now I'll go. What's up? What's up, Yola man? How's it going, Francisca? Afro's in the building. Afro Punk Chick, hope you're doing all right. Mad Science in the building. Black Anonymous is in the building as well. Thank you so much for tuning on in. And Chris, for the sake of logical time traveling classes, yeah, you might as well. Yeah, he was on there. So let me do this, Black Wolf. I want to issue a retraction because we were kind of joking, but I shouldn't have been joking like that. I was saying, and let me know how the video quality is. I was saying how Umar was probably lying about being on the Breakfast Club, but I think it was 2 days later he was actually on there, and then the interview actually dropped a couple of days ago. I think that's how, or the end of last week. I think I can't even remember. So I just want to issue a retraction there. Okay, no big deal. Thank you, Black Wolf, for being here. I appreciate it. Pamela's here as well. Thank you so much. So why would anyone donate money to Umar? Yeah, at this point, it doesn't make sense. And I think Umar, his plan was by being on the Breakfast Club that I think he felt as if he was going to get a big infusion of cash. But if you guys look at the Breakfast Club, look in the comment section, people are going in on him. It's not even funny. I mean, it's kind of funny, but then on the other hand, it's not. I mean, people are really going in on him. And then the other thing is that the Breakfast Club, they're only releasing segments, you know, like really short segments because they have a Netflix deal with iHeartRadio. That interview, the full interview is on Netflix, but most people aren't going to see it. So Umar's not going to get the type of cash infusion that he normally would get when he would be on the Breakfast Club. And he's not going to get the type of views either. So it's interesting how that has kind of flipped on Umar. I think he expected that it was going to go viral, what they would show, but no, that's not the case at all. Not the case at all. So yeah, at this point, I don't understand why anyone would want to donate to Umar. Again, I'm working on the documentary. I'm still in 2012, and I found some more information from a video that most people have not seen, where it again proves that Umar Johnson was collecting donations back in 2012, by his own admission. 2012. He tells people 2014. So it's been a long time. It's been a really long time. And at this point, most people, they're not supporting this FDMG project. In fact, if you guys go again, look at the comment section on that Breakfast Club interview, people going in on them. It's interesting, real quick, because this Umar Johnson saga, it's been going on for such a long time. If you go back to Umar when he was on the first Breakfast Club, there's a serious difference back compared to now. There's a serious difference in terms of the type of support that he gets. Things have really fallen off for him, but it's all his own undoing, his own making. His undoing, his own making. He can't blame anyone else for that. He's always blamed everybody else. But the stark contrast between when he first was on the Breakfast Club, which was over a decade ago, if memory serves me correctly, to now, it's incredible. I think he was on in 2015, and he said that he had raised $500,000 at that point. It might have been 2016. I know it's been at least a decade, but his support has dwindled significantly. Let me see real quick. Yeah, his first interview on the Breakfast Club was August 31st of 2015. And on the Breakfast Club, he said that he had raised $500,000. And that would have been 1 year and 4 months and 3 weeks since starting his crowdfunding campaign for the St. Paul's College. It's incredible. He doesn't get that type of support. It's totally different. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's get going here. Daxter says, pathetic, Jermaine, a.k.a. Umar, still running it. Yeah, it's incredible that he's still at this after all this time. It's been such a long time. It really has been. And again, not one black child's been educated, and he's not close to having these buildings up and running. It's not even close. In fact, Enterprise Entertainment went up there and provided video footage of it today, and we have Enterprise on right now. Let me see if I can get him on. Enterprise, brother Enterprise, you there?
I am there. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. But yeah, I was definitely up there today. As you know, I'm on my counter campaign. Every time he does a live, I'm counter living. Every time he does a podcast, I'm checking it. I'm definitely coming at some of these podcasters that keep having him on and perpetrating more of this propaganda that he's spewing and letting him spew this word salad, sounding like something, knowing it's nothing. I'm either gonna challenge their intelligence or their relevance, as far as, are they really supporting him like that, and then turning their back on what they claim they support, which is the black community. Because you gotta be picking a side. You're either promoting nonsense, or you're saying you're loving black people. And if you're saying you're loving black people, then you're not promoting this nonsense.
So you went up there today. Is there a reason why you decided to go up there today?
I really saw when I saw the Loon interview, it had me beside myself a little bit. And then I was waiting because I know you had said before, and we were you were in the Cricket Cuss chat, we were rocking it back and forth whether he was going to be having this Breakfast Club interview. But this is the one I was waiting for, because you've seen people like Charlemagne on other people's podcasts, and he want to be waffling, saying, "Oh, I don't believe Umar's a scammer," and I believe at times he was just waiting over his head, but I believe the brother going to do it, and all this other stuff. So it's like, are you really behind him? Because you have him on here, and you promote and give him these softball interview questions, and just like the interview that he had thus far, um like he started off with, "Yo, Dr. Umar, they say that you're a scammer," and you let him talk for 50 minutes saying a whole bunch of nothing, and nobody asked him
Yeah.
any type of they don't ask him any type of questions that would get some real concrete hard yeses, nos. This is what it is, this is what it's not. Like, none of these people that have interviewed him, none of them. Father David, you can say that you had in early stages, like all these other volunteers did. None of them have been up to them bandos. None of them have been stepping through them at all. So don't come up here and say that you're supporting something that you haven't even been to yourself. That's another
Mm.
reason I'm up there shooting video, because unlike everybody else, I can be there every single day if I wanted to. I don't live that far from there, and I work around there and drive past there almost daily. There's
Mm.
no work that's ever been going on. There's not a service truck that's ever been there, not a garbage truck, not a dumpster, not a pickup truck. I ain't seen no people going in and out of there, nothing.
All right.
So
And so the video footage that you shared, I'm going to mute your commentary. I don't know if you can see it while I'm playing it. If you can, just give us your commentary as we go through it, and tell me when to pause. On the video. Would that work?
I don't see it on my screen.
Okay. Yeah. Let me pull it up.
Yep,
You see it
it's
now?
up now. Yep, it's up
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
Now
So
this
I'll
is
start
just
playing
me.
it and just go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Good. You can press play.
Okay. Yeah. And tell me if you want me to pause it anywhere. Just tell me where to pause it.
Got you. Now this is just me first stepping up. As you can see, it's fresh litter and trash out there on a daily basis. When some spots, when you see it cleaned up, you see it taken down again. You see the black mold is still there. The disconnected drain pipe is still there. So didn't he say, and hasn't he been on this campaign, that the renovations are complete? Building is open. We ready to go. We just waiting for our inspection and all this. Who just stop it right there. Now you're an inspector, Lenon, and you walk up to a
Mm.
building looking like this. Are you even thinking about pass mode right now?
No, I mean just the downspouts themselves. That's enough to not pass inspection, and that's just looking at this one frame
Exactly.
right here. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's the first part of his little building. Then we got black mold, which is even a bigger red flag.
Mm.
You got
Yeah,
all
there's
these doors. If you hear from a couple other contractors that have done podcasts, where all these doors are legally hung. None of them are to the measurements that they're supposed to be. You got missing knobs and screws and stuff on half these doors.
mm-hmm.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
even
continue.
down there, you see down there below the black mold, there's, I don't know what that is. Maybe you can tell us. It almost looks like dried cement on top of the
It,
actual pavement. Yeah.
yeah, it's probably the pavement discolored from when we had the big snowstorms up this way. So
Okay.
with everything, we've had rain off and on and things like that. So it's probably the moisture just mixing with the already laid concrete.
Okay. Okay. I'll continue.
Go ahead. As you can see on both sides, you got trash in the streets. You the building across the street just speaks for itself. Just look at it. Just look at it. Like, it's oozing black mold. Like, black mold's probably living in there like Venom on Spider-Man right now. It's ridiculous.
There's a lot of trash up there too.
Man, listen, they throw litter on there daily. Now pay attention to this walkway. This is ridiculous too. Like, and this has even gotten worse. Like, it's, of course you see the cracked foundation going all the way up the side.
Yep.
But but where I zoom in and pause, you can see the black mold starting to ooze through there.
Yeah. I
Right
think
here,
it's
right
like
here on the
right here,
side.
right? Yep.
Mhm.
There you go.
Look at the railing, all the rust underneath.
Yeah.
It's like for all these podcasters that that glaze him and give him these cookie cutter interviews. You can't tell me you're gonna walk up here and look at this and tell me that number one, this is any type of building that's ready for inspection, and number two, he's spending any kind of significant money on these buildings. You can't tell me
Mm,
that with a straight face because this is basic cosmetic stuff. Who knows what's going on the inner walls of these buildings?
good point.
And this is the building that he's supposed to be spent all the money on. All the
Mm.
renovations are done. All the contractors that have screwed him out of work are doing. This is the one. This is the baby. And it looks like this. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah. After 7 years, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah. Like you can see the molds piercing through, which means it getting worse. Look at that. That chip, I think that chip's actually bigger from when the last time I viewed it.
It
The
does look
rust,
like it.
yeah, it looks like it's bigger. Rust trickling down it. Like the rust is pouring over the side now.
Yeah, it wouldn't pass just for this alone because
No,
that's part of the railing, and if the railing's compromised in any way, that's going to be a automatic failure.
exactly. That's a safety hazard. Somebody, some
Yeah.
kid, you know how rambunctious kids are. Somebody bangs up against that, they spilling over the side. Now you're talking about injuries, concussions, all types of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Foundation all cracked. Look, that almost looks like it's lifting off. The top stuff looks like it's almost lifting off of the rest of it. Rust pouring down the
Yeah, I
other
noticed
side.
that. Mm-hmm.
Th-
Yeah. Yeah. What this shows is that the rust is inside of the cement.
Mhm.
So that's a serious problem right there. That's why it's filtering out of the crack, not from the top. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, when you've been up here quite a few times already, and everyone in the chat room was thanking you too for doing our thing, and I want to thank you as well. You've been up here quite a few times. When you see stuff like this, it's not just how you feel about it, but what do you think about it?
I my heart really goes out to these people, and I'm speaking on, and I'm sorry for me sounding like him right now. I'm speaking on the donors right now. The
Yeah,
people that are actually giving him money on a regular basis, the people that have given him money for years and years and years, and whether they fell off or not, the people that have given him hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands of dollars, thinking that this was ever going to be a reality. It's sad for them because I've always said this, and anybody can go back on any podcast that I've spoken on, including yours. The concept is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful
yeah,
thing for our community to have something like that. And you have people that have done this already, that are educating Black children, that are educating children, period, and being a positive influence on their community. And he wants to downgrade them because they might be out of a storefront building or out of their basement or out of their kitchen or whatever else have you. Who cares?
mm,
I'd rather be out of my basement and running something legitimate and running something great and square and getting absolute results than to take on something like this and it's known to be nothing more than a grift.
yeah. Yeah, it's sad. I feel bad for the donors too, because there's people. I mean, he's received millions of dollars at this point, and clearly he hasn't spent millions of dollars to purchase or let alone to renovate these buildings. Because after 7 years, they still look like this. It's ridiculous.
Like I just want to know how do you take somebody's money, lie to them to their face, and then turn around and blame them that the lie hasn't come to fruition yet? How does that
Mm.
work?
Yeah, that's diabolical.
What kind of psychology is that?
Yeah,
Like, there are people that have been in abusive relationships that don't even go through nonsense like that.
mm.
This I just don't get it. And then, like I said, what irritates me now, and I'm looping them all in the same bundle, is these podcasters that have him on for nothing more. Even if people want to, say that, oh, they know that he's lying, that well, that's even worse because now you're having him on for clicks and likes.
Yeah.
So clicks and likes to compromise the integrity of your show, clicks and likes to compromise the integrity of Black people. That's what we've boiled down to now.
Mm.
So we don't want to build up and promote actual leaders that were actually doing things, actual politicians that can make real changes. We want to puff up and bloviate people like this that make us look like a laughing stock to other races and other communities. We want to promote people like this for clicks and likes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. When you were up there, was there anyone up there working or anything like that?
No. I've been many a times. People can look on my channel. I've been many a times just within the last year and change. Nobody's up there working. There's no cars up there.
There's a school bus.
Yeah, as I said there, I said, yeah, there goes a real school bus going to a real institution. That's what a real school bus looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah, never no workers. And like I said, I'm a driver, so I deliver a lot. There's never any materials getting dropped off there. There's no pallets outside where you would think materials have come off, and you put it to the side for the dumpster to pick up. Nothing, not a thing. The only time you see him out there is when he's out there for clicks and likes, picking up stupid stuff off the ground, or shoveling snow halfway and sprinkling the table salt on the ground, like when he's doing dumb nonsense like that. But there's no real work going on out there.
You said the table salt. What's that right there in the grid? What's that? A broken? It looks like a broken glass bottle. Is that what that is?
Broken glass was all over where that little area right there.
Okay. Well, it's not going to pass for that alone. Look at this. It's on the sidewalk.
It's supposed to be a safe haven for kids, though. And just watch when I pan around the corner. Just watch. Watch what's waiting for us.
Okay. Oh, there it go.
There it go.
Damn.
That trash has been up there more than he has.
You ain't lying though. That's true. Because you was up there. It was what about? I want to say
looked it up.
3 months.
I looked it up. Yeah, it was like from one of my first videos, lengthier ones, about 4 or 5 months ago. That same bag of trash is sitting right there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That trash has had snow on top of it, been under snow, on top of snow, everything else is still right there. And if you go on the other side, like when I pan back when I go back and walk to the other side, that same bag of trash is right there too.
Oh,
but
yeah,
didn't he have
on the other side?
Didn't he have dumpsters? Didn't he say he had dumpsters cleaning up the school?
That's
and all
what he
that?
said.
Yeah, he said he had dumpsters. Yeah, and like I debunked that one because, like I said, I used to work for a trash company as well. Number one, we don't deliver dumpsters to businesses and residentials on a Saturday unless you have that pre-scheduled long in advance. Because I've been on both sides of it. I've been the driver and the dispatcher. You have that pre in advance, and they usually get that done during the week because the weekends is set up for like bigger businesses. And two, we're not gonna drop one and pick it up the same day. Doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, he was lying. Clearly he was lying because this trash wouldn't be over here.
Exactly. And there was trash out there that day. It was more trash out there that day the day he said he cleaned everything up.
Oh yeah, because you went up there to do that video. I remember. Yep.
Oh yeah,
and then this the other side of the street right here.
Oh my goodness. Well, we about to go view our famous streaks because they still there going strong.
Oh man.
Also, when I went up there too, when I first parked, there was I say this in the video. There's two groups of kids up there. Kids, it was fairly in the afternoon and everything. There's a group of boys and a group of girls. And I said, just kind of yelled and talking to them both. And I was like, you guys going up to FDMG when Umar opened the school? They both said no. Both groups. The boys didn't even know what I was talking about. And the girls were like, nah, we already go to a school and we're not transferring or nothing. But he the most requested. His popularity alone is gonna draw all these kids in. I keep
That's what he
saying
said on the
this.
Breakfast Club.
I keep saying this.
Mm,
Nobody business wise, nobody of any relevance, unless these people watch, YouTube and see the antics, nobody in Wilmington knows him.
mm,
So I know the city of Wilmington only knows that those buildings exist and that they're occupied by some entity right now. They don't know him like that. So for all him saying that, oh, I've been in contact with the city and they doing this, that, and the third, no, you're not. They only
yeah,
know the fact that them bills ain't been paid, and because you pay in bulk, like you like to say. They know them
yeah,
bills ain't been paid and they've been piling up, and they was ready to snatch these buildings from you, which I'm starting to believe that's what he wanted to happen, so he would have an excuse
yeah,
of why this didn't come to fruition. And the fact that those set of papers ended up in your hand was a monkey wrench in his whole situation.
yeah. Real talk. Real talk. Yeah,
Because
people were
that,
asking,
that
they just getting
forced
in.
him.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, no,
No,
no.
no,
You
go
was
ahead.
about
What
to
you
say
said
something.
yeah,
I said that
yeah,
you getting those papers forced him to do something because he didn't want to look like the entire charlatan that he was in front of the people that were still paying him money.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, and there were people in the chat room who were asking because they just had gotten in. So Brother Enterprise went up there. This is from today. He went up there, and this just goes to show you that renovations aren't complete. And he's given his analysis of the video that he took today up there with these trap bandos. And right here, this is the larger building. Umar hasn't done anything over here. This is the side of the larger gym. What can you tell us about this?
Oh, as I jokingly said before, and Marvel, we don't own the rights to any of these names, so please don't do anything like that. Marvel and Disney. It looked like Venom on Spider-Man, the way that the black mold is taking over these buildings.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
It's that black mold. I guarantee you, and people better have on uh, uh, one of them old school iron subterranean submarine suits before they walk inside them buildings. I guarantee you, it is a living creature of mold inside that building.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is just the
For
outside.
Yeah, look at the way it's totally turned this entire walkway. That thing is getting blacker and blacker every time you go up and see it. The soot and the dirt and the mold, it just encompasses that thing.
Yeah, and it looks like there's rust on these ones too, right?
I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, at the bottom of these the
Yep,
poles
yep.
here that go into the ground. Yep,
Yep.
yeah, that's a problem.
So you push on either one of them railings real hard, I guarantee that whole thing come up.
Mm. It's not gonna pass inspection. That's for
No,
sure.
for him to say and continue with this the whole lie of the black contractors that screwed him, that came highly recommended from whoever knows. If you saw that you were paying them any type of money and you're going there daily and you don't see any speck of improvement, obviously you didn't, because both these buildings look the same way that they do and they're getting worse. If you saw that they're not making any type of progress, why would you then not stop payment? You like to go on camera, you like to go live. Any other person would have exposed the crap out of them, filmed them for not doing work, filmed all their equipment and their cars and their trucks and all that stuff outside to put their name on blast. Like, hey, I paid these brothers $10,000 to do such and such and such and such, and look what they left us with. They haven't done anything. Who wouldn't do that? Who? But we get these anonymous quotes of the black contractors. If you listen to the Breakfast Club interview, we just now have a name to the supposed bank that debanked him.
Oh, I didn't. Did he say that in the Breakfast Club interview?
He says it. I don't want to ruin your analysis for your video, but he says citizens, finally.
I didn't catch that. Was that the one? Is that the version that's on YouTube or the one on Netflix where he says that?
It's on. No, it's on YouTube because I heard some other.
Okay, I didn't catch it.
I heard some other podcasters. They were kind of going through the whole thing. He says it very quickly, but he says Citizens is the bank that debanked him. I guess that's the bank that he had since he was 14, and the bank that that was under FDMG. So Citizens is the one to blame.
Okay, so that's Citizens Bank, and it would have to be in Philadelphia. Yeah, there are some citizen banks
that gave him no explanation of why they debanked him. You know, he's going off of a quote unquote white man's law to aid him because they're not supposed to be able to debank you for no reason, despite your political views. So for all this Pan-African, all this, you're getting a whole lot of white aid and depending on a whole lot of white people. That's hilarious to me. Like, aren't you the most anti-white, anti-establishment type of person? But you looking for tax cuts, and you looking for
nonprofit status.
Nonprofit status and back pays and all these government subsidiaries to give you all these breaks. But aren't they owned by white people?
Yeah.
You talking about all the contractor work that didn't get done, but then you went to white contractors to get it done. That's hilarious.
Yeah, here's some more rust right here, and this looks really bad over here on this side of the street.
All the way down. Boarded up doors, still the same.
Could you read what that says? It looks like there's some graffiti on the door. Were you able to read that?
I didn't pan in on that.
Yeah, but you see it up there though. It's like on the door.
Let me see.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to read it. It's really small.
Yeah, it's kind of I see it. It's kind of smudged too. Yeah,
this error over here looks worse than it did in 2019.
I wouldn't when I walk on here, I stay as close to the sidewalk as possible. I don't even want to get close to these buildings. Something might absorb you.
A lot of trash.
It used to be this was the trashier side of both of the buildings, but they've equaled up the trash on either side. That's usually his lovely backdrop. If you pan in, you can even see from the last time that I spoke about it, he hasn't even cleaned off the number sign on his door.
Yeah, what do you mean?
It's still where right there where the 611 or 612 or whatever the address is, that is full of dirt and soot and probably black mold in it too. You wouldn't even be able to advertise the address because people can't read that.
Yeah, and I'm thinking too, I don't know what that little box thing is right there next to the door, but I would think that wouldn't pass inspection because it's a hazard. Let's say if a child put their hand in there and they're playing around, they can scratch their hand up or
it looks like something that's open that probably shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I don't know what that is though.
As I told some of my friends the other day, one of the other reasons I keep frequenting up here is I can't wait to catch him doing a live up here, because I promise I'm going to interrupt that live, and he's either going to shut that camera off or I'm going to challenge him right in front of all his viewers and followers. You claim all these renovations is done.
Yeah, he hasn't been up there though. It's been over a month, right?
Oh yeah, I've been up there more than him.
Yeah,
and I drive past it probably way more than him. This is a prop. It means absolutely nothing. This is a in your face. I got the buildings, so you need to give me money.
Yeah, someone said that box could be like for mail. Is it that? It doesn't look big enough for that. I don't know. Maybe it's, I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been, I don't know, a key holder or something.
Somebody said that Somebody said it's an ashtray.
That's hilarious.
You guys need to stop.
That's hilarious. I love the Cookie Crush chat.
Yeah, I
they be
know.
cracking me
They're the
up.
best. Yeah, they be having me crack. D Will says it could be like a lockbox. When
That's what I was
when they're
thinking
selling the
too.
house. Yeah,
That's what I was
yeah.
thinking too.
But you would
It
think it
was
would have
probably.
taken it off after 7 years.
I mean, you own the buildings, don't you?
Yeah.
That's loosely said.
Okay, let's continue. Let's see what else we got going on here. Yeah, ain't nobody out there. That's crazy.
No, there's nobody ever on this strip. Nothing. People drive through there, cars in passing, but nobody's stopping. Nobody. You would think there be this area is taped off or roped off or even outside fenced off. If there's huge amounts of construction going on and renovations and all these things, there's nothing there but the original fence line, and that's it. Like I said, there's
Mm.
never any workers, there's never any materials. What work is getting done?
Yeah, around what time of the day were you out here?
This was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm surprised. There's nothing going on out there.
Nothing. Like I said, there was a couple sets of kids, people getting out of real school and going
Mhm.
home. But other than that, the place in the area that this is into, and I'm not trying to, downplay any of the people that live out there. I'm quite sure they're very healthy in their community. But if he seems to think that he is going to charge anywhere from $500 to $600 a person to go to this non-accredited school that he also claimed that that's going to be this non-accredited private school. You think he's going to charge those local people that to send their kids there? He's sadly
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yeah. There's no way.
They're not going to be able to afford that. They wouldn't even afford a fraction of that, especially in the economy now.
Yeah.
Prettiest thing on this block is the trees.
Yeah, I noticed those some nice looking trees. They blooming now.
Hmm.
But these bandos, man, ain't not, I mean, from the last time you went out here, ain't nothing changed.
If anything, it's getting worse day by day.
Yeah.
And I said this too. If this was a true project, true project, you would have to level both these buildings and redo the foundation and start from scratch and build everything up.
Yep, that trash still sitting over there after all this time. And you said that the trash on the other side was still there too?
Yeah, I've got pictures in the very beginning of the video. If also there's the same boarded windows on that side of that building too. From the last video that I took, there's not just one hornet's nest in one of the broke down windows. There's now an additional hornet's nest in the other window.
What in the world? That's crazy. If they won't pass with hornet's nest, that's for sure.
Exactly. The back, because I didn't want to walk up on the properties. I don't want him to be able to say that I trespassed or anything. But from the back shot that I got, you can see there's all types of vegetation behind the building. There's no care or anything, but so you can only imagine what it's looking like back there. Yeah, for anybody to believe that this is anything more than a grift, I'm sorry to tell you, save your money, invest in somebody that's got a real dream. I keep forgetting the brother's name. The one he took the $3,000 from.
Yeah, King Randall.
Invest in him. Invest in Lord Jamar's father-in-law. People that have actual institutions, that have actually educated kids, that started from the grass and the ground and built themselves into real buildings, and that are doing real things.
Yeah.
But this dude, this dream and all this, the only people that are pumping lifeblood into this are these podcasters that keep getting him on here for clicks and likes, and that's sad to the Black community. It very much is.
Yeah, and you did in this video that we showed. You do give commentary there, but you did have a message for these podcasters. You want to share that message with the audience before we get up off here?
Absolutely. And I don't run from it. I've tagged them in every post that I put up. People like the Breakfast Club, people like Loon for the It's Up There podcast, people like Father David. Shame on y'all. Like absolutely shame on y'all. Either you're turning a blind eye to the nonsense, or you know it's nonsense and you're promoting it anyway to get money for your little podcasts and radio shows. That's ridiculous. Especially when you are at the level where the Breakfast Club, you've had other celebrities on there, real celebrities. Loon, you've had other celebrities on your podcast. Y'all don't need an Umar boost for anything. If anything, you should be doing your best to help expose this nonsense because he's robbing people, real people, especially in these impoverished and crazy times that we're in right now.
Yeah.
So that is my major message to them, and any of them. You can come at me. I challenge you to prove anything that I've showed or anything that I've said to be wrong, or anything that Umar said. I want you to counter everything that I put up there. Yeah, let's just start here. Are the renovations complete? With everything you just saw today, are the renovations complete?
No,
Because he'll go on there. He's done gone on 3 podcasts and said that they are. He said he's ready for inspection. That building look ready for inspection. That's all I'm
not even close. Yeah.
That's all. That's all. I'm gonna leave it right there. If y'all can't say yes to either one of them questions, what you doing?
Well, thank you so much for heading up there and giving us this exclusive. The Cook Crush Chat appreciate you, and I want to thank you too, because most important of all is that people can see the actual video footage, and they can't dispute that. It's not like they can say, "Oh, well, you're lying" or "You're making this up." No, it's right there in the video footage. You've been up there several times already, and your biggest takeaway dealing with these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. What's your biggest takeaway?
Oh man, this is never going to be a reality. Sad for the concept, but this is never going to be a reality. I wish people would get that through their heads. He is doing nothing but lying to you and stealing from you. And the sooner that the bulk of the country starts calling him out on the nonsense, stop letting him believe that he's the most requested. I ain't never seen the most requested have to ask for venues every time he talked to somebody. I ain't never seen that in my life. I ain't never seen the most requested black scholar and all this. Your word salad means nothing when you don't even have a relationship with your own children. But you're supposed to educate the rest of ours? How does that work?
And the parents too. Everybody, the parents, he don't even anyway.
just
just
cut it out, man. Just absolutely. He's not gonna stop, obviously. So it's up for the rest of y'all that have actual, influence and reach and know-how. You're gonna have to stop him because he's not gonna stop. Why would he stop? You keep giving him money.
Yeah. Great point. Yeah,
But
thank you,
these
brother.
buildings are not
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, these buildings are not coming to fruition. People just cut it out. They're not coming to fruition. And if you want me to keep going up there and showing you that they're not coming to fruition, by all means. And like Brother Lenon says, if I go up there and I see different, I'm gonna report different. But the different that I see is going the opposite direction, not no positive direction. Sorry.
Yeah, truth is the truth. Yeah, thanks, brother. I appreciate you. Cook Crush, I appreciate you too.
Absolutely. Love all y'all, man.
Yeah, love you too, bro.
All right.
And there you have it. There you have it. And that's the thing is you can't dispute it because he showed the video. And if you go back to when he went there before, nothing has changed. And it's true. It looks worse. And the biggest thing for me is that trash that's sitting up there. Because when he had those fences erected, he did that because he had to come into compliance with the city. I believe that was part of the situation with that munition. That was part of the fees that were accruing because he needed to secure these buildings because they had homeless people up there sleeping. I have video footage of this too. Dope fiends nodding out. I have video footage of that too. Like not on the sidewalk. I'm talking about up on the steps, up on the park next to the door, this kind of stuff. So he had to come into compliance and he got those fences erected. But the thing is, as soon as the people in the neighborhood, they see the fences erected, they recognize these buildings and they acknowledge these buildings as being abandoned. They take their trash and throw it right up over that fence. So they don't have to deal with it. Well, if Umar went up there and renovations are completed, why is the trash still sitting out there inside of the gated area? That's just ridiculous. And I remember Umar stated, he said, listen, we got dumpsters. Well, if you got dumpsters, why didn't you take that trash and put that trash in that dumpster? It's still up there. Yeah, as of today, it's still up there. And Enterprise went up there months ago. So shout out to him for going up there. And what he told me was that anytime Umar, if he gets interviewed or if he goes up there to these abandoned buildings, Enterprise said he's going to go up there the next day or the next couple of days and do another video to show what the conditions are. Okay. All right. Shout out to Brother Enterprise. And thank you so much for coming on. Also, thank you for sharing the video here on my YouTube page. Okay, thank you guys. Everyone, as well as the quick question chat. There is a poll question before we get into the main video for today. We're probably gonna we got 1,400 people in the building. We'll probably go for another 30 minutes. Are you surprised that Umar Johnson changed the grand opening date? I said grand opening fate to 2027. 6% said yes. 94% said no. So overwhelmingly, most people aren't surprised. And he's changed the grand opening date. At this point, it's been 30 times, if memory serves me correctly, because I've actually put together a video that shows all the different times he changed the grand opening date. I think it's at 30 now, 29 or 30. Our goal for likes too is 600. Actually, let's go for 500 because we're doing a shorter live stream today. We're at 372. Okay. So let's see if we can run that up to 500 before we get up out of here. Thank you guys so much. I know I didn't live stream all that much last week, and then yesterday I was going to live stream, but I had to cancel it. But I got something up for everyone because I just ran out of time yesterday. Almost ran out of time today. I just got stuff going on right now. So thank you guys for hanging in there with me. We're already at 400 likes, so let's try to get up to 500. If you're enjoying the show, at any point, go and hit that like button. It'll take you about 2 seconds, but it makes a huge difference in this YouTube algorithm. All right. All of that being said, and again, thank you so much for Enterprise. Appreciate you. What I'd like to do now is I want to get to the Breakfast Club interview. I won't be showing the actual video. What I did was I took a screenshot and then behind that I'll play the actual audio because not only is it iHeart, but it's also Netflix at this point. So that kind of changes things when it comes to share, even though it is fair use, sharing stuff here on YouTube. Let me real quick. Let me get to these super chats real quick. I got this one earlier. Thank you, Daxter. I appreciate it. Dr. Umar Johnson Ifatude says, I'm giving a friendly fade fundraiser, at the FDMG Barber College, and all of you are invited. Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to attend that because I don't have much going on top of my head. Just to say that, just to let you know, Dr. Umar Ifatude. If people don't know, Umar, he was trained as a barber when he went to the military academy. And he's talked about that for many, many years. That's one of the things that he learned while he was there. So it was ROTC style. And of course, everyone had to have a certain type of haircut. And that's where he learned how to cut hair. So in fact, I don't know if some of you guys remember when Umar did the school announcement video in February of 2019, he was talking about how he was a barber and how he's going to be cutting the women's hair if they have weave or whatever. He'll come and shave them. So it's interesting because a lot of stuff that Umar talks about, it's just like the regurgitation of childhood experiences, including when he was sent away to the military academy when he was in the 9th grade. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Umar Ifatunde, for the super chat. Real music, Big Stu. By Big Stu says, I guarantee you, Umar is giving these podcasters, interviewers talking points. Yeah, I agree. Things they can ask and can't ask. I agree. That's why they never ask those I know what you're saying. Those questions. I agree. I think that and some of these podcasters, he's been on there enough to where they know what to ask and what not to ask. You can look at the Art of Dialogue. Initially, when Umar was on there, there were more questions that were raised. The first 2 times, from what I remember, there were more questions that were raised dealing with FDMG. And even though the questions weren't hardball, they weren't necessarily softball either. They were more inquisitive, like I want to know more than anything else. Not that you're a scammer or anything like that, but you would notice, same thing with the Breakfast Club. You got to go and listen to Umar on those early Breakfast Club interviews. They brought up FDMG and they talked about it for quite a bit of time. But what has happened over the years is that, Umar, because it makes him uncomfortable, he starts to backtrack. He starts coming up with lies, and you can tell even in his body language, he doesn't want that. So I'm sure that he's told them over the years, hey, listen, if you're going to ask about this, then we're only going to talk about this. I'm not going to be talking about how much money I raised. Exactly. I'm not going to talk about the financials. See? And so at this point, they know what to ask, how to ask it. And then what's funny is that sometimes they ask a question about FDMG. He don't even answer directly, and they don't press him on it. Okay, these are what you call canned, soft interviews. And he've already told, these are the talking points. We're gonna if we bring up FDMG, it's gonna be quick. You ain't gonna be asking any probing questions to put me in a corner to where I have to ask any legitimate question, and all he does is deflect anyway. We will be talking about Snow Bunny crisis, right? We will be talking about Black celebrities, right? See, the talking points are always the same at this point. But if you go back earlier on, it's interesting. You're absolutely right about this. Yep. Thank you, Real Music by Big Stu. U225 says, Gina leave Chinese dookies in the gonna leave Chinese dookies in the post. What are you talking about? What in the world? I donate to FDMG if the Black mob were Asian. All right. 225. Thank you for this. Also, thanks Real Music by Big Stu. TJ says that trash been up there since he bought it. No, it's new trash. It only takes about a week, and then the trash is out of control again. All right. That's crazy. Like the video I showed yesterday, Umar was up there picking up trash. Because I couldn't live stream, so that's all I could do. I put together a video, and people enjoyed it because there was a chat room and everything. And it got decent amount of views too for a standalone video that I upload, because I get more views when I do live streams. But the thing is that there was a video that we showed yesterday, and in the video there was like this. It's like a baby mattress, like a toddler mattress. That's what it was. And the trash that's up there, it only takes about a week, and he'll come back, and then he's up there cleaning again. But it just goes to show that the people in that community, they don't see these buildings as anything relevant. They're just some more abandoned buildings, and that's what people do in these types of neighborhoods. Is that if there's a abandoned, they'll just throw their trash up over there. If they got stuff they want to illegally dump, they'll dump it there. That's just how it goes. There's trash been up there all this time. Powerful king. Right. Thanks, TJ. Can we ask the guest what FDMG smells like? Yeah, I wish I could have asked him. I don't think it smells like it, unless you got close up to it. I don't think that you could smell anything per se. I do know that there was a brother that went up there. It was Famer Tube went up there, and he went around the back, and he said it smelled like a dead dog back there. He couldn't even go back there. It smelled so bad, and it could have been another type of dead animal. But that was on the backside of these abandoned buildings. Some of you guys may remember that. Thanks, you, Judavon. Simbayo Tunde is out of line for this. You call him Simbayo. That sounds like Star. What are you talking about? That sounds like some Star Trek. Thank you, I know it's what you call it too, because he had brought up what was it? Venom. But Star Trek, there's these symbiotic creatures too in Star Trek. In Star Wars too, by the way. Anyway, yeah, it is. It's out of line. The trap bandos will be looking like this after 7 years. And Umar said that the renovations are ridiculous. Thank you, I call Cap, for the super chat. TJ also says debank, defunded, destroyed, decomposed. All right, mold. All right, thanks, TJ. What's up, James? Says, listening to Umar's last few interviews, he should be embarrassed after seeing this video. Yeah, he should be, but do you think he is? I don't think he is. I don't think he's embarrassed at all. I don't think he feels that. See, I only think Umar feels embarrassment when he's challenged, and in particular when he's challenged by Black women. But that's more of an ego in it's more of his because he's a misogynist. It's more of his misogyny. You guys remember I played the video where Queen Mother steps to him on stage? Umar was embarrassed, but he wasn't embarrassed because he was up there too long or because it looked bad. He wasn't embarrassed for that. He was embarrassed because a Black woman called him out. That's what he was embarrassed about. So would he be embarrassed after seeing Enterprise's video? I don't think so. I don't think that kind of stuff fades. I don't think that he's fazed by that. I think when he's embarrassed is when he's challenging, in particular when Black women make him look bad. That's when he feels embarrassment. But that has more to do with his ego, and it has to do with his he's a misogynist. You guys are gonna be surprised some of the stuff Umar says in these videos from 2012 in this next segment. It's over an hour long already. I'm not even through the whole halfway through the year. I may just, what I think I'm gonna do is stop in the timeline where I'm at. It's still in 2012 and just finish this segment. And then in the next segment, do the second half. Because otherwise it's probably closer to 2 hours. Anyway, there's some stuff he says in there. Clearly he's a misogynist. So I don't know. What do y'all think? Dr. Kukuresh said, do you think that Umar, after seeing the video that Brother Enterprise shared with us today, would he be embarrassed? My opinion, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because in Umar's mind, it's not a challenge to him and his ego. No, I don't think he sees it like that. I mean, I could be wrong. He should be. I'll tell you that right now. He should be embarrassed. Thanks, James. TJ says Umar is like Antoine Jackson on In Living Color. Who's Antoine Jackson? Let me go see. Oh, I forgot that character. Yeah, we ain't gonna do him like that. All right. Some of the younger people are like, who? So what you talking about? It's an old classic comedy show from back in the day. Yeah, I forgot about Antoine Jackson. I forgot that was his name. One time he had a jar. Let me stop. All right, thanks, TJ. Enterprise also says hashtag counterviz from Enterprise Entertainment. Okay, yeah. Thank you again, Enterprise, for sharing that with everyone. Everyone was appreciative too inside the chat room. Yeah, and thank you for the super chat. Also, thanks TJ. And TJ also said, Lenon, bro, he was talking about fighting. Who was talking about fighting? Umar? I don't know. Thanks, TJ. And then user 225 says Charlemagne misdirected on Umar Johnson's behalf when he said people's main problem was accreditation. No, the problem is these are trapped bandos, and Umar Johnson goes off. Yeah, I noticed that. We're going to get into that next. The other thing, though, too, is I don't think Charlemagne meant to say accreditation, and I could be wrong. I think what he meant to say was that it was not going to pass inspection, because accreditation, that's been an ongoing issue. Umar said that many years ago that it wasn't going to be accredited. But the new thing is the certificate of occupancy. So whether it passes the inspections for certificate of occupancy, I think that's what Charlemagne was trying to say. I could be wrong, but that's what I interpreted. I just think he said accreditation. Even if he meant to say accreditation, you're right. Umar didn't answer directly, and Umar has a standalone. It's not a standalone, but he already has a pre-rehearsed statement whenever people bring up accreditation. He's been doing this for years. But see, Charlemagne didn't check him on any of that. It's really ridiculous, in my opinion. We're going to get into that next, okay? Thanks, you, 225. All right, everyone. So let's get geared up. We're going to watch this segment. It's short, and it doesn't show the video, but you will hear the audio. It's about 3 minutes long. I'll pause it intermittently to give my commentary, and then we'll be up out of here, okay? It'll be a shorter show. We got 1,500 people in here. Maybe we need to go longer. My goodness gracious. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I appreciate y'all. We're at 485 likes. Our goal is 500. Okay, so if we get 15 more, we get to 500, get to go. We're at an hour. And the poll question right now, are you surprised that Umar Johnson changed the grand opening date to 2027? 93% said no. Wow. Yeah, we're used to it at this point. Okay, so let's get into it, everybody. Thank you guys again. And thanks to the mods, too, for handling business. Everyone who sent the super chats, I appreciate y'all for your all support. Here we go.
Doug Day, we completed the renovations at FDMG, so we completely done.
All right, let's stop right there. He says on Frederick Douglass's birthday of this year that they finally finished renovations. So let's see, Frederick Douglass birthday. That would be February 14th on Valentine's Day. So Umar is saying that on February 14th of 2026 that he finished renovations. However, as I've stated many times, I have a whole standalone video on this. As I've stated many times before, it was in 2023 that Umar Johnson made the announcement that renovations were complete. All right, so here it is right here. I think this is it. Let me make sure. Oh, this is another one. I should play this one. I ain't gonna play that one. That's another one that he did talking about renovations were completed. But here's the one I'm talking about. Here we go.
I'm going to say it again. Today, August 11th, 2023, Black August, we have completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey, RBG, International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. I got to say it one more time.
No, you ain't got to say it again. The point is that he lied. He said renovations were done in, what did he say, August of 2023. Now he's saying February of 2026 with no proof of it. That's because that's another lie. You know, it's actually possible. How's it going, Deshaun and Michael? It's possible that 2 years from now, Umar will be saying renovations are finally complete. It's possible. I mean, it'd be 2028 by then. So right off the bat, Umar is lying. See the bullish from the start. yeah, I know. From the start, he started off lying. That's what he did. Right off the bat, he started off lying. Thanks for the prize. Let's keep going. Here we go.
We just trying. It's done.
Congratulations.
We're just trying to get an inspection now.
You know what I find interesting?
Okay, so then the school is not done. And even besides that, it's not done. There's no proof of renovations being complete. And what does that mean? First of all, it's not a school. A school is a place of learning. Look it up. And in this case, it would be a place of learning for children. There are no teachers. There's no children. The renovations aren't complete. There's no faculty. There's no staff. There's no operating budget. There's no 401k plan. There's no health benefits for the teachers. There's no counselors. There's none of that. There's no bus drivers. So there is no school. That's a problem in and of itself. When they say, well, the school is done. No, there is no school. Furthermore, these abandoned buildings, which that's what these are, they're still on the vacant property list to this day. The renovations are complete. So you can't say that it's a school and you can't say that it's complete and that it's done because that's not actual and factual. Charlemagne knows this too, by the way. Yeah, he still doesn't have staff or money to pay them. This is a whole other thing it's like the next level to all this. Because again, with Umar, everything is about extending this indefinitely. So whatever he can do to keep this going. Okay, again, he conceptualizes this in 2004. That's over a decade ago. In 2010, he says that he's laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, specializing, et cetera, and that the grand opening is September 11, 2013. The grand opening was supposed to be September 11th of 2013. Everything is about extending. And then in 2014, he starts raising money for the St. Paul's College. But he was also collecting donations in the form of land in 2012. Even though he stated that he didn't start raising money until the spring of 2014. And then it just extends. From 2014, he's talking about the St. Paul's College for about a year and a half. Then by the second year, he said, oh, we're going to move on. Then he starts looking for abandoned buildings from that point all up to 2019. Everything's about extending this stuff. And then from 2019, here we are 7 years later, over 7 years later, and the school's still not open. And so the next level to this, see, Umar said that it was acquisition, it was restoration or renovation, which he is now saying that it was complete with that. But he also said this back in 2023. Liars, that's what they do. A liar is going to lie, right? You have acquisition, you have restoration, and then the third and final stage is supposed to be what? Operations. Well, that's what you're speaking to here. But what did Umar do more recently? He added something new in the mix. He put in now the next phase is not operations, it's decorations. So now we got acquisition, we got restoration or renovations, and then we got decorations. And then supposedly after that, then he's going to get to operations. But see, that operations thing, that's a whole other beast, because now you have to show and prove. You have to hire people. You got to get children enrolled at $500 a month. You have to have money on deck, millions of dollars for operating expenses just to get started. Well, where's he going to come up with that? If Umar's telling Big Loon that he ain't raised $1 million, you ain't raised $1 million? Then how is he going to come up with millions of dollars in operating costs just for 1 year when he's been collecting money since at least he's been collecting donations since at least 2012. I have people who said 2009. I've seen people say 2008, 2007, and 2006. I'm going to tell y'all something, though. What people some people fail to realize is that it's not just collecting donations for FDMG, the school project. See, that's the umbrella. Umar was collecting money for other lesser projects like after school programs. He was collecting money for daycare, supposed daycare programs. See, he don't talk about that stuff. See, in the next segment of the documentary, Umar, he actually brings this, he brings it up in a way where if you listen carefully, you'll see that he was talking about donations in 2012 because he was telling people to donate a building to him. If they could find buildings, you guys will see. Which makes sense because he said that the school was going to open in 2013. Well, that would have been a donation too. But I've heard people say 2009, 2008, 2007, 2006. I'm going to go with Umar Johnson's own words. Even though he says 2014, I'm going with 2012 because I'll show proof in the next segment of the documentary that he was actively requesting donations in the form of buildings back then. And then, of course, in 2012, he makes an announcement that land was donated to him in San Bernardino County, and also land was donated to him in Philadelphia. Okay, that's all donations. That's in 2012. He also stated that land was donated to him in Ghana. Anyway, this is the next level to all of this, far beyond where Umar is at today. And there's no way, it's not financially, it's not viable. None of this is viable financially, it's not. And he knows that. That's why he wants to continue to extend this indefinitely. Thank you, Tanya Bulls. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Dr. Umar, people would like to say you a scammer, right? And I say Dr. Umar has the school. The school is...
Okay, no. Okay, let's be clear about something. Charlamagne, you're on some bullshit. Okay? And see, the thing is, you're intelligent enough to know that. You know that Umar's a scammer. You know that. But you have to have him on, and you have to placate to him. In fact, I'll propose that you were probably the preeminent person pushing for him to be on that platform in the first place. Because Angela Yee back in the day wasn't feeling Umar. The sisters that's on there now, they ain't feeling Umar. I don't think DJ Envy like Umar. Because Umar be reckless with his talking points sometimes. Talking reckless about Latinos and all this other stuff. The point is, Charlamagne, you know that Umar's not on the up and up. You know that he's a scammer too. If Umar's not a scammer, how much money did you donate this month, Charlamagne? Because you got the money. I'm assuming that you got the money. Because you're big time. How much money did you donate this month? What about last month? Or the month before that? What about in 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020? 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016. Didn't you have him on your platform back in 2016? Let's see. You first had him on there in 2015. So are we to believe, Charlemagne, that you donated to Umar because you platformed him August 31st of 2015, and on that interview, he said that he had raised $500,000 already over the course of 1 year, 4 months, and 3 weeks of collecting money. $500,000. Okay, this is back in 2015. A decade later, he's telling people he hasn't raised $1 million. But if you platform him back in 2015 and you believe in him, did you donate in 2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 26? You might as well say 27 because he ain't. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Now, I could be wrong. But I highly doubt it. And the reason why I highly doubt it is because I know that you're intelligent enough to know that you would basically be throwing your money away. And no man in his right mind, no matter how much money he's raised, because you're making bank, no matter how much money he's raised, he's not going to simply throw his money away because he's worked hard for his money. Now, can I be wrong on that? Is it possible that he's donated to Umar every single month for the last 11 years? It's possible, but I doubt it. So let's be clear about this. Charlemagne is intelligent enough to know that Umar Johnson is a liar and that he's a scam artist. In fact, if you have Umar on, you know what I want to do, y'all, is I can compile all of the videos of Umar's Breakfast Club interviews, put it into an audio format, and we can go year by year and listen to Umar lie. See, Charlemagne has listened to Umar lie now for over almost 11 years. You think somehow he don't know that Umar is a scam artist? Boy, we should do that. We can do it tomorrow. Because he's been on there about what, 5, maybe 6 times? I have all the videos down. I just go and just get just the segment where he's talking about FDMG. You guys would be shocked at the type of shit Umar was saying a decade ago, 7 years ago, even 5 years ago. I remember when he got these trap bandos, he got up there in that tight ass shirt with the FDMG patch on it, just sitting up there looking all prim and proper. Anyway, because I wasn't gonna live stream tomorrow, but if y'all want to get together tomorrow and do that, we can do it. Okay, we can do it. You guys know I got love for the Cookie Crush chat. What's up, Alexa? How's it going? Afro Punk's in the building too. Yeah. Shout out to Enterprise. Yeah, we appreciate you, bro. Hey, guys, little princess said, do it. Yeah, we can do it. I don't mind. It ain't gonna take that long to put the stuff together. Because I can get it done. Yeah. All right. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they ain't supporting Umar like that. And I know Envy ain't. I know Envy ain't supporting. Thanks, Enterprise. What's up, Jay Civic? Says Envy, Charlemagne, Jess, and Lauren are sending let's see, we'll be sending their kids. Yeah. So Envy, Charlemagne, Jess, and Lauren will be sending their children to private school, not FDMG. Bad. Yeah. Listen, that's the next level. So listen, if you so supportive of it, DJ Envy and Charlemagne and Jess and I know Jess know that he's on some, and I already know Lauren know because she knows how to do research. She's really good at what she does. She's professional with it. Okay, that's the one thing that just really she's outstanding. You know, it sets her above. I don't mean to say it that way, but she sets her way above stuff in terms of historically speaking how that platform has operated. So I know for a fact that if hypothetically, J Civic, let's say FDMG opens in 2027. Does anyone think in this chat room? Does anyone think that DJ Envy or Charlemagne or Jess Hilarious or Lauren is going to send their kid? I don't even know if Lauren had kids, but because she's younger. But if she has kids, all of them, do anyone here think that they would send their child to FDMG? Now, if you love your child, you wouldn't even consider that. If you want to keep them safe, you wouldn't even consider that. So I'm assuming that DJ Envy, Charlamagne, Jess, and Lauren, that if all of them have kids, that they love their kids and they want to keep them safe. They ain't sending their kids up there. So that's the thing. That's the great paradox here. It's more of a contradiction. And it is that they will platform Umar. They've put potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in Umar's pockets over the last 11 years by promoting him on their platform. Because Umar also, he's admitted that the Breakfast Club had a huge impact on his ability to move this project forward, if you want to call it that. And really what he was speaking to, in my opinion, was he was speaking to the idea of getting support, financial support, donations. Those interviews, they were getting 4, 5, 6 million views. And yeah, Breakfast Club make money, right? Really, it's our iHeartRadio, they make money. But by having him on, that exposed, hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of people that didn't know about Umar, didn't know who Umar was, to buying into this scam and sending him money. So if they platform him on that level and they do it for over a decade, and they really believe in this, then wouldn't they be donating to him consistently? And furthermore, let's take it to the next level, Jay Civic. Wouldn't they be excited about sending their children to FDMG? But they're not. That's not even in the plan. Clicks and views. That's all it comes down to. This good point right here. Really good point. Thanks, Jay Civic. There's no bus drivers, nothing like enterprise. Yeah, no, there's no bus drivers. Because see, it wouldn't matter if what Umar was selling people was that children in that neighborhood would just come. They could just walk to school if that's what he was selling. But that's not what he was selling. Umar said that there's going to be, I kid you not, there's going to be bus stops in different states. Different states to pick the children up to bring them to FDMG. Okay, some of you guys like, no, this is what he said. He said there was going to be a bus stop in Philadelphia. That's Pennsylvania. He said there was going to be a bus stop in New York. I can't remember which boroughs he said, but some boroughs in I can't even remember. Anyone from shout out to New York, the people. Yeah, no, he said different states. Someone hit the one, because I don't want people to think I'm making that up. Thank you, Joshua. He did. He said, world, he said, shit, we gonna get flying buses like the Magic School Bus. If your kid live in Canada and live in Africa, we gonna fly them in. he said we're gonna have a bus stop on Mars. We got to get the dilithium crystals, family. Family, we got to get the nacelles operational. You guys can't even see it. My son got this for me for my birthday. I'm such a nerd. I'm coming to grips with the fact that I'm a nerd more and more every day. I don't have a problem with it because I'm sexy with mine. Live long and prosper. I'm sexy with mine, family. Anyway, he said we're gonna have a bus stop on Mars, family. No, he did say Maryland. He said there's gonna be a bus stop in Maryland. Yep. And he says he sports bet. He said he's gonna be a bus stop in New Jersey. Okay, so that's New Jersey, Maryland, Pennsylvania. Obviously, there's gonna be one in Delaware, so that's 4. I just don't want people to think I'm making it up. I'm not making it up. Yeah, Baltimore, that's Maryland. Yep, shout out to Domo. What's up, Black Anonymous? What's up, El Diva? Oh, good afternoon, Scott. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. CM LaCour is here as well. Thank you for being here. Okay, yeah, because I don't want people thinking that I'm making it up. Yeah, he did say Pennsylvania. No, he didn't say Hawaii, but I wouldn't be surprised. I have to admit that. Okay. Okay. This video from the Breakfast Club shows why people aren't tuning in anymore. They don't have love for the people anymore. Yeah, I noticed that, and some of that has to do with the Netflix deal. But if you guys go and look at the segments in particular, well, it's not just that, but in particular where they ask them about FDMG, look at the comment section. People are going in. I actually felt bad. Not like, I know I shouldn't, because I'm just like that. Like, I remember back in the day when Umar was on the Breakfast Club, I mean, the comment sections, they were so, people were so excited about FDMG and all this stuff. But this, again, it's over a decade ago. Now, no. It's a whole nother thing. Yep. And more and more people are waking up. I saw one comment, they said, oh, so you guys still gonna have this grifter on here like that? See, you can only do your audience like that for so long. And at a certain point, plus you got the whole thing with the Netflix, and people aren't able to see the full interviews and stuff. Yeah, your fan base, you know, they're not, that's the thing. People don't like that, you know. See, people don't like liars, and people don't like being lied to. I will say it again. People, I don't mean to sound like Umar. People don't like liars, and people don't like to be lied to. So if you have someone on there who's always lying, you're platforming someone who is lying to your audience. People don't like that. They had Jay Morrison on there. Uh-oh. They had Polite on there. They had Cesar Pina. Is it Ña? Pina. People don't like that. So anyway, the comments are reflective of that now. All right. You're going to have a magic school bus and get them kids in, and it don't even make sense. Like, yeah. So, and I was saying this before, like, if you're going to be picking these kids up, I can't remember what borough it was in New York. Yeah, he did. He said Camden. I thought, yeah, he did. He said Camden. Yeah, Camden, in Philadelphia, and in New York, and New Jersey. But the thing is that if you're going to pick children up to get to school, and let's say the school starts at, I don't know, roughly, let's say 8:30, let's say 8:30 a.m. What time are these children going to have to get up in order to catch that bus? Get on the bus, and then the commute all the way to Wilmington, Delaware. And what about when there's inclement weather? Because the East Coast, that weather is brutal, especially in the wintertime. It's brutal. These kids, they have to get up, 2 a.m. to get to the bus by 3 to make it, to have a chance at getting there. It's just crazy. And then what happens if your child, it gets sick at school and you live in New York? You're going to get off work and go drive all the way down. It don't even make sense. What if there are an accident that takes place at the school and you got to get there? Or what if you have to, you got to meet with a counselor or something? There's all types of things. How does that going to work logistically? Logistically, it doesn't work. Okay, Philly is closer, but the idea is, Umar talk about bus stops in different states. Some of y'all was like that I'm not making it up. You guys, we've played the video many times. Real quick too, traffic is bad, especially in wintertime. Anyway, Kadar says, why wouldn't he invite TBC to the completed school and do a show from there? Yeah. So, okay, renovations are completed, which means everything is done. That's what that means. So if renovations are completed, why not have a big show? It don't even have to be the whole Breakfast Club. Let's say just Charlemagne comes down and interviews Umar and they do a walkthrough. You know how powerful that would have been. See, that's what I'm saying. Umar's on some bullshit. Because if these trap banners were truly completed, he could have used that. Yeah, I should have put that there a long time. I got some other stuff too, gadgets and stuff I might need to put up for the show. If everything was completed, Charlemagne could have just came. It could have just been Charlemagne come down and do a walkthrough, and that would have been huge. You know the type of support Umar would have gotten, the type of money that would have come through. And here's the thing: Umar he's always been about money, and this would have been one of the preeminent times where Umar could have really got a massive cash infusion coming in. Now he was able to do that when he got these trap banners back in February of 2019, but that was 7 years ago. He's done other little things here and there to try to get money out of people. And some of these things have been effective to a degree, but nothing like when he started the St. Paul school scam. Nothing like when he acquired these trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. Nothing compares to that. But if renovations were completed and he did a walkthrough in Charlemagne and really rubbed it in everybody's faces, including my face, just, yeah, one of my number one haters, what you gonna say now? Look, renovation, okay, all right. But you didn't promise renovation. What he promised was a school. But I would be like, okay, I gotta give him credit. I gotta give him credit for that. But I'm not gonna give him credit for something that he did not do. And if in fact he had gotten this done, renovations, then yeah, he could have just brought it don't have to be the whole Breakfast Club. Just bring Charlemagne down and do a walkthrough and make it professional. Like how Oprah used to do back in the day. Yeah. So they're just walking through. Yeah. So Umar, what's this room right here for? What are you going to do? Right. Well, this one right here, this classroom, this classroom is going to be for the science. That's why we see these microscopes and everything right here. And they're just walking through. And here's another classroom right here. This is going to be our study room for children after school. Okay. And then right here, if you look right here, this is the teacher's lounge, and we got all this stuff going on. And they just do a whole walkthrough. Cameraman, not just one, do two. Well, get 3 cameramen. You have 3 different angles. Well, you probably wouldn't be able to do 3 because it's not a big enough space. But let's say 2 cameramen. That would have been huge. See, Umar could post that, but then if the Breakfast Clubs post that, that's going to bring massive money in the coffers for Umar. So why didn't he do that? Simple logic. Why didn't Umar do something like that? Even still, Kadar, let's take out the idea that he has to bring the Breakfast Club. Why didn't Umar do that on GP? I'm not talking about Gary Payton, one of the greatest defensive players, point guards, etc., in NBA history. But why didn't he do that on general principle? Has Umar done a walkthrough yet? If he had done a walkthrough and showed renovation complete, y'all think that money would have come through? Absolutely. The money would have been flooding in. And Umar that's what he's about. He's about getting the money and crushing the cookie. We ain't gonna get to that right now. You guys see my point? Yeah, it's been an excellent opportunity, but Umar, he can't take that opportunity because renovations are complete. That's the whole point. And Umar knows that. He knows that. All right. Thanks, Kadar. Okay. What's up? Identity. All right. Yeah. Eastern Shore, Maryland. Yeah. It's all over the place. The interstate bus route sound. I know. And even from a vantage point of insurance, because it's not just in your state. This is multi-state insurance. You're going to be crossing state lines with school buses with children. Crazy. I don't know if he said DC. He may have. What's up? Your kids will see that. He may have said, I don't remember that. You ain't touch $1 million. What's up, Sharif? You ain't touched $1 million? Not at one time. We've never had $1 million at one. Okay, all right. But Juicy says it would destroy both their platforms. Yeah, I know that's the thing, though. That's the other thing. See, it's easy for these platforms that have Umar on to talk about these different topics, but mainly the FDMG thing. That's the thing that I'm focused on, because he does bring up his daughter. Horrible. Umar's a horrible, and you can see he's still angry about that. And he's vindictive. He's angry and he's vindictive. He's still angry that his daughter exposed him. He's also still angry at his baby mamas, because if you guys listen to him, you can hear it in his voice. He starts raising his voice, and you can tell he's starting it because he doesn't have emotional control like that. But the point is, Juicy Parsons, the thing is that if they had Umar on and they do something like where they're walking through or something like that, because renovations aren't completed and they did a walkthrough, people will see that it's not complete, so it will destroy their platforms. Absolutely. Yep. But again, I don't think it matters to them. I think what matters to them is just to get the most amount of views. Okay, that's what it comes down to. All right. Yeah, I remember. Thank you, Juicy Parts, for the super chat. Yeah, Alexa, and I don't have this video, but I can tell you guys in good faith that there was a video where Umar was talking, because he's talked about how they're going to teach the boys how to float ships. They're going to teach the boys how to fly airplanes. They're going to teach the boys how to become Black Rambos. There's going to be a FDMG gun club, a whole host of other stuff. But there's this one video. It's an older video, and I don't have it. I wish I had it. If someone has it out there, and you'd be willing to send it to me, I'll cash app you $100. Umar, he's talking about how they're going to teach the children how to fly helicopters. Because see, at the time, Umar was promoting this as a boarding school. And what that means is that the children would stay on campus with him, because they would have dormitories for the children. This is what Umar, obviously he's not promoting that now, but this is what he used to promote. Some of you guys remember this. So what he was saying was that when you fly in to come visit your children, you'll fly into the airport, and then your child is going to pick you up in a helicopter and fly you from the airport to the school. That's what he was promoting back in the day. Just ridiculous. Okay, these children they're underaged. Okay, if you're going to start with the 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th and 7th grade, what you talking about? You're going to be flying with the kids. If the kids going to be 10, 11, 12 years old flying helicopters, it's ridiculous. Anyway. Okay, let me do these other super chats, then we're going to get on. Thank you again, Brendan. We got blown off on this one, but it's true that the whole bus driver thing is crazy. It's crazy. They will regret promoting him. It's possible, East Point, that they will at some point, but the thing is that you can look at someone like Polite. Do they regret promoting Polite? See, I don't even know. I wonder if they ever reported on Polite and them charges and then him being convicted. I wonder if they ever talked about that. On the Breakfast Club. I don't remember. Right? Maybe they did. But there's a lot of people who platform Polite. Do they regret? I think some of them do regret it. But do the Breakfast Club? I don't know. Will they regret promoting Umar? Maybe at some point. Obviously not yet. It's ridiculous. Any way you look at it is bad. You know? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I got this one, Kadar. This was good too. You know, because he's always about. Let me tell you all a quick story right quick. So there is a video of Umar from 2012. And he's giving a lecture. And at the end of the lecture, there's a brother that comes up. And this before Umar takes question and answers. And what he's doing is he's trying to get people. This was at the it's in Fort Lauderdale, I think. I think that's in Florida, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah, let me pull it up in my notes. The Frederick Douglass Research Center, if memory serves me correctly. Hold on one second. I apologize. Yeah, I think it was Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, it's not coming up. I was just covering this today, or looking at the video today. Yeah, it's not coming up in my notes. Anyway, let me just give you guys this real quick. So Umar, he's giving this talk. At the end, there's this brother that comes up, and he's requesting people in attendance to donate to the fund for this center. And if memory serves me correctly, it's the Frederick Douglass, I want to say Research Center in, I think it was Fort Lauderdale. I could be wrong. That's maybe why it's not coming up right. No, it's not coming up. Yeah, give me 1 second, y'all, because whenever I can't remember stuff like this, it bothers me. Give me 1 second. It's in my notes though, because I have it inside of the script. Okay, here it is. It's in this section. Okay, I'll it's here. It's here. I'm getting there. And I'll do this quick. Yeah, I just saw. Yeah, Umar was supposed to have a television show too. A lot of people know about that. Here it is. Yeah, it's a Fort Lauderdale lecture, and I believe it was at the Frederick Douglass Resource Center. That's what it is. Okay, so let me tell you all this story. I apologize. So there's a brother that gets up. Umar does his lecture. The brother gets up, and what he's doing, he's trying to appeal to the audience to donate to the Frederick Douglass Resource Center, because he was talking about how donations weren't coming in and all this kind of stuff, and this is how they would be able to bring people on like Umar. And what Umar does is you can tell, and when I finish with this next segment of the documentary, those of you guys who are members, you'll see what I mean. You can look at Umar's body language while this brother is talking, because the brother's talking about money. And you can see Umar in his body language, because that's what he's always been about. I'm tying this back to what you're saying here, Kadar. So what happens is the brother gets up, he says, listen, we need you guys to donate, blah, blah, blah. And Umar, he's fidgeting, and you can tell I can tell Umar in his body language. And then what Umar does is, after the brother finished, I think they start passing a bucket around or a plate around. You don't see that on screen, but that's what it appears to be. And then Umar says, and I quote, "Make sure you all put that money in there. I don't want none of that money." I did this from the heart, meaning his lecture. See, when the brother was asking for donations, that had nothing to do with Umar. But Umar reveals himself, because he says, make sure you all put that money in there. I don't want none of that money. What do you mean you don't want none of that money? Wasn't for you in the first place. The reason why he's saying I don't want none of that money is because he wants that money. Okay. Then he goes on to say, I did this from the heart. This is going to go straight to the center. And then Umar flips it. He starts to promote his products that are for sale, because he recognizes in his own mind, because it's always been about money with this guy, that if people are donating to the center, they're not going to have money to give to him to purchase his. At that time, he was selling CDs and DVDs. The point is that even in that situation, Umar was always about money. And back then, at that point, he had been unemployed for a little bit over a year. All right. So this goes back to Kadar. I know this in a roundabout way, what you're saying here, because Umar could have used, if renovations were completed, assuming that there are, but we know that renovations are not, Umar could have used this as an opportunity to have the Breakfast Club come to the school, because he's been on there for over a decade. Why not have him come up to these abandoned buildings where renovations are now completed and do a whole show, do a whole interview? Why not just have Charlemagne come do that? The amount of money that would have come in, it would have been crazy money. But Umar couldn't do that. Umar's all about the money, but he couldn't do that. Why couldn't he do that? He couldn't do that because renovations aren't complete. That's the point. No, and thanks, Kadar. A great point, right? I know I got blowed off, but that's a great point. Yeah, no, it wasn't mixtapes and albums. It was CDs and DVDs. I kid you not. See, that's the thing that people don't know about Umar. See, back in the day, that's what he was slanging. He didn't have books. He was slanging CDs and DVDs. He used to be a vendor. Not that he was like the primary speaker. He was someone who would sell stuff. Okay, now later on, and let me take that back. I'm talking about in the earlier days. This is going back to 2010 when he gets put on by Sa Netter. But at a certain point, Umar starts to really make inroads as a speaker. It didn't happen overnight. Remember, I have video of Umar. First video I have of Umar speaking is in 2005. But he would sell things, and there was a time where when he would speak, he would sell CDs and DVDs. And he recognized that if these people are giving money to this center, then that's money that they're not going to be able to give to me. That's why he made those statements. I'll cover inside the next documentary. Okay, Juicy Parsons. Okay, I got this one. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kadar. What's up, Diaz? Also says in the Netflix version, Umar claims that there was already a walkthrough, and the official already brought up what? And the official already brought up on an HVAC problem. That's an excuse not to see. I haven't seen the Netflix version. I'm gonna have to check it out and report it. And what I'll probably do is I'll check it out and take notes. If I can find a version of it online, a version, I can take it and then have it transcribe the segment where the whole segment where he's talking about FDMG, then I can read it to you guys. Yeah, I'll plan on doing that. Okay. So what Diaz also saying on the Netflix version, which is the full version, Umar claims that there was already a walkthrough, and that the official already brought up an HVAC problem. Excuse to not happen. Yeah. And I've told people that was going to be Umar's next play anyway. He just, something, they're going to find something wrong here. Well, we already know that because renovations are completed. And then he can just, again, it's about extension. He can extend this on indefinitely. And then, nitpick people. Yeah, y'all know this next thing, we got to get to this HVAC situation. It's not much, but we got it. We need the donations, family. This is what they're talking about. It's discrimination, but we're going to keep pushing forward. We got to make this happen. So if you guys can donate, and that way we can get this HVAC done, and then we can get this certificate of occupancy, right? And then after that gets allegedly finished, like renovations are allegedly finished, then he'll come up with some other shit. Well, they said that the electrical wiring on in this classroom is because we used the black Negroes for that. They were stealing and they're lazy and shiftless. They was eating watermelon. Umar. He was on the job eating chitlins and chitterlings. And didn't get no work done, family. Just fried chicken and chitterlings. Pork rinds all over the place. I used to love me some pork rinds. The one with the red ones where they put that spice on it? Well, that's gross now, but I used to love it when I was a kid. Anyway, no judgment, no judgment. He'll come up with something else. And then again, it'll be another excuse not to get a certificate of occupancy, which means it's an excuse not to open. Anyway, I'm going to check it out, Diaz. All. Boy, he crazy. He diabolical with it, ain't he? All right. The Traveler says, I don't think folks realize that part of the East has what's called the polar vortex. Whole cities be shut down. But no, not the FDMG trap bandos. Yeah, I don't know anything about a polar vortex. I don't know anything about that, but I do know that on the East Coast, cities do get shut down when the snow gets really bad. No one goes to work or anything like that. So on top of that, these kids are going to be traveling, I don't know how many miles. Let me just as a test, how long does it take to drive? Let's go with the Bronx. Shout out to the Bronx. From the Bronx to Wilmington, Delaware. 2 hours and 20 minutes. With no traffic. This is nuts. So if y'all got a solar vortex going on, how long would it take to travel from the Bronx to Wilmington? He also said New Jersey. New Jersey is closer, right? I don't know. Let's put New Jersey. New Jersey. 1 hour and 41 minutes, and this is with no traffic. I'm looking right now. like if you left right now. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Yeah, it's like right now, if you left right now, that's how long it takes. So can you imagine when the polar vortex takes, someone said Bronx to New Jersey is an hour. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking right now. It says New Jersey to Wilmington is an hour and 41 minutes. He also said, This is so ridiculous because this is as if there's no traffic. When the children go to school in the morning, there's going to be traffic, and there's going to be a gang of traffic going back. Watch this. Let's say if let's say in New Jersey, you want to arrive in Wilmington, let's say by 8:30 a.m. Let's do that. (8:30 a.m.) You want to get there for school to start, let's say at 9. It should start earlier than that, but let's go with 9. It can take an hour, 40 minutes to 2 hours, in some cases 2 hours and 40 minutes. And that's with we're not talking wintertime, just like no traffic, because it's all blue when you look on the map. So traffic isn't that bad at that time. But let's say we're going to flip this. We're going from Wilmington to New Jersey, and let's say they get out of school at 3:30. So we're going to depart at 3:30 p.m. Yeah, it can take anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours and 10 minutes, 2 hours and 30 minutes. And it doesn't show much traffic here either. So this is, not winter conditions or dealing with a polar vortex or rain, Yeah, it's just crazy. And that's just going to New Jersey. He said, he also said, yeah, he said Newark too, right? I think he said Newark. Anyway, let me look one other thing up real quick. Okay, so here it is right here. There's going to be 8 bus stops. He said this in 2023. Y'all want me to play the video? I know I said we're going to be here for just an hour and a half, but this is from 2023. This is, okay, I know which video this is. I think it's this one right here. I don't have it arc. No, it says 113, 13, 14. I got the HVAC video right here. I think it's this one right here. Let me see. 10 minutes and 40 seconds.
High school and college parents, you have to have this conversation. I've talked about it before. Of course, other scholars and conscious people like to.
Yeah, this might not be it, but let me see.
Use it, remix it. I've talked about it before. And when I discuss things, my talking points end up coming out of everybody's mouth as if it was theirs.
Here you go.
Don't use my talking points. Get your own intellectual material. But Google is laying off thousands. Microsoft is laying off thousands. Amazon is laying off thousands.
Oh, no, here
Twitter
it is.
Is laying off thousands.
Okay, here it is right here. I just found it. Yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah, it's this one. Well, there's 3 of them. There's 2 of them. I got to figure out which one of these it is, but it's one of these 2. Okay. This is January 13th. All right, let's try this one first. There you go. Yeah, I think it's this one.
St. Martin in the Caribbean islands. School is the Cash App. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware 19809. Brothers and sisters, if you need to reach me after tonight's broadcast, my cell number 215-989-9858. My cell number 215-989-9858. My cell number 215-989-9858. $ FDMG School is the Cash App. Beware of fake cash apps.
He ain't got Cash App no more. He got shut down on that too.
Beware of fake cash apps. $FDMG school on the Cash App. Beware of fake PayPal. It must say FDMG Academy on the PayPal. Brothers and sisters, if you're interested in working at the school, now is the time to get your resume in. If you're
This is 2023. He was collecting resumes in 2010.
Interested in working at the school, now is the time to get your resume in. If you're interested in volunteering at the school, now is the time to get your resumes in. FDMG resumes at Gmail.
Yeah. This is his mama's closet. You can tell. Look at the chair; it's all beat up. You see that chair?
Gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. New orientation.
Here we go.
For the Pan Africanist of
Watch
the Frederick
this, y'all.
Douglass
I'm gonna let this play.
Marcus
Watch this.
Garvey Academy, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I repeat, new student orientation for the Pan Africanist of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. New student orientation for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade will take place beginning on the Most Honorable Marcus Garvey solar return of 2024. That is August the 17th of 2024. August the 17th of 2024. August.
That didn't happen. Crazy, this guy.
The 17th of 2024. That's when the 2nd grade Africans, the 3rd grade Africans, and the 4th grade Africans will show up to begin orientation 2 weeks before they begin school. Orientation will begin 2 weeks before school. Orientation will begin on Marcus Garvey's birthday of 2024, 2 weeks before school. On the 5th day of orientation, August 21st of 2024, on the 5th day of orientation, August the 21st of 2024, your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders, your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders will be taken to the Nat Turner land. They will be taken to the Nat Turner land on August the 21st of 2024, and they will experience the Nat Turner Trail, the Nat Turner Tour. They will get the Nat Turner lesson. This is orientation. School hasn't even started yet. This is orientation. School hasn't even started yet. On August the 22nd, they will get the Dr. Umar tour at the Great Blacks and Wax Museum. On August the 23rd, they will go to the Frederick Douglass House in Washington, D.C. August the 24th, they will go to Frederick Douglass's gravesite in Harriet Tubman's home in Harriet Tubman's gravesite. School has not even started yet. School has not even started yet. This is just orientation. This is just orientation. This is just orientation. And then on September the 3rd of 2024, on September the 3rd of 2024, on September the 3rd of 2024, the anniversary of the Most Honorable Frederick Douglass's escape from slavery in Baltimore. On September the 3rd, 2024, the anniversary of the Most Honorable Frederick Douglass's escape from slavery in Baltimore. On the day Frederick Douglass escaped from slavery, September the 3rd, the intellectual insurrection, first day of school for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade Pan-Africanists of the Marcus Garvey Academy of the FDMG campus will begin school. September 3rd, 2024, the intellectual insurrection.
Yeah, I don't think I have this one inside of that video where I showed the date changes. I'm almost, he said September 3rd. No, I think I do have it. 2024.
Begins at the first school in American history built by the African diaspora, Pan Africanism yesterday, Pan Africanism tomorrow, Pan Africanism forever. I need my parents to listen in. I need my parents to listen in. If you plan on enrolling your student at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Intellectual Insurrection Academy for African Liberation, 2024-2025 school year will only be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade.
All right, let me pull this
Johnson
up.
then.
Yeah, I got the September. No, I don't have it on here. Yeah, see, I had the end of 2024 because he said the end, but I didn't have September of 2024. So that's another date change we can add to the list, which if we put everything together, he's at 31 different date changes now. I didn't even put this one in there. I just realized it.
2020-2026 school year, we will add 1st grade and 5th grade. The 3rd year of operation, we will add kindergarten and 6th grade. The 4th year of operation, we will add preschool in the following grade. And then we will add daycare in the 8th grade. So in 5 years' time, we will have
daycare. This guy, he don't take care of his own kids.
Have all K through 8.
And daycare ain't easy either. He tripping.
We're starting with 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We will add 1st and 5th the 2nd year. We will add kindergarten and 6th the 3rd year.
Yeah, the 2026, 27. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah. So, but I think I'm counting that though too. I think we're at 31 different grand opening dates if we include this one. Yeah.
We will add pre-K and 7 the 4th year, and we will add daycare in 8 the 5th year.
This is ridiculous. He got this, and he's saying it's only him. But the thing is that the Moyer Academy initially, that's how they opened. Initially that's how they opened up. They didn't have like K through 12. It wasn't like that. Like they started in kind of like in the middle, and then they at least in their, when they got the second time they got their charter, they explained how they were going to expand over time. No, they said they were going to expand over time the first time too. Yep, that's right. Yeah, I'm just thinking about that because I have the paperwork on that. But that's where he gets this idea from.
And then we will add 9th grade the 6th year, 10th grade the 7th year, 11th grade.
Lenon, that's the toilet backdrop from the last care. Fuck, are you serious? I haven't been following that. I saw the initial 2 videos, but I haven't been following that. Does anyone have that a link they can send me to of that just to go cross-reference? Because it's the same chair. You see the chair behind Umar. You see how it's missing the fake leather. So you can always tell by this chair that he's at his mama. He had his mama house, and in this case, I thought this was his mama closet, but that does look like a shower curtain, whereas this isn't a shower curtain. This is pinned up against the wall. I can pull up a video that shows it pinned up against the wall. It's like with pins. Okay, and this is how we figured this out. This is how we figured out he was staying with his mama back in the day. Y'all remember Hit the One? We broke that story years ago.
Given
the doorbell just rang.
Excuse-moi.
And there go the chair. That old chair done been through it. Living in his mama house, and we knew it. Times were rough back in the day, but FDMG is coming. That's what we say. That old chair done been through it. It's seen the highs and lows. That old chair been through it. Turn the heat down with that nose. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. But the chair has no care in his mama closet. Good night. Am I doing too much? I don't know. You guys know I like to put on a good show for y'all. All right, but anyway, this is the chair right here. And if you look right here, that's that chair. Now, could Umar have moved his chair into the bathroom? Yeah, it's possible. Let's see if there's an echo.
In 12th grade, on the year of the
not much of an echo.
Ancestors, number 9. Our 9th year, 9 represents the ancestors. Our 9th year of operation, we plan to have all 12 grades in operation. It could come quicker. It could happen sooner. But as a worst case scenario, it will take us 9 years to have the full pre-K through 12th grade operation functional.
Yeah. He'll be 62 by then. Umar, you tripping? Somebody said, please zoom in on his glasses so we can see. I'm looking right now. Let me see if that's petty, but let me see. Hold on. Let me let it play because there's a part I want to show y'all.
Parents, there will be 8 bus stops for FDMG.
Here we go. Eight bus stops, 8 of them. He ain't playing.
There will be 8 bus stops for FDMG. There will be a bus stop in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Okay, Philadelphia. So if y'all can put these names in here, these different cities. Philadelphia.
That will take our sons to school and bring them back every day. There will be a bus stop in Chester, Pennsylvania that will take our...
Okay, 2 in Philly. 2 in Philly. What's up, lady? 2 in Philly.
Sons from Chester to FDMG back to Chester at the end of the day. If you live in the state of Maryland, there will be a bus from Baltimore every day. There will be a bus back and forth to Baltimore, Maryland
Okay, so Baltimore, Philly, and Chester.
Every day. There will be a bus back and forth to Eastern Shore, Maryland every day.
Okay,
if you live in New Jersey, there will be a bus from Trenton, New Jersey every day.
New Jersey.
From Trenton, New Jersey. Camden, New Jersey, there will be a bus every day.
Camden, he said keep Maryland out. So I'm too late for that, CJ. He said Camden too. All right. Somebody said, is that close? No, it's not close. These kids gonna be on the bus for an hour and a half to 2 hours, and that's just one way. They're gonna be on the bus for about 4 hours out of the day. That's crazy. At least. Now we're not talking about when the cyclone, whatever you call that. We're not talking about the polar vortex when that happens. Y'all can tell I'm not from the East Coast. I don't know nothing about that. And I was going out of care. All right. Los Angeles. Let's see what else you say.
From Camden, New Jersey. And if you live in the state of Delaware. If you live in the state of Delaware, there will be a bus from Dover, Delaware every day, and a bus from the city of Wilmington where we exist. Those will be the 8 stops for boys who are coming to receive the most revolutionary, insurrectionary education that has ever been given forth in the history of modern man. Oh, yes.
Insurrectionary. Wow.
It's not going to be a good Garvey Day on September the 3rd of 2024. It's going to be a great Garvey Day. It's not going to be a good Garvey Day on September the 3rd, 2024. It's going to be a great Garvey Day. When your sons show up for orientation on August the 17th of 2024, when your sons show up for orientation on August the 21st of 2024, make sure they ready. Make sure they ready, because what they're going to get and what they're going to experience, they have never seen, has never heard. No eye has seen, no ear has heard what they're going to experience. We're going to take them into the mountains. We're going to take them up in the mountains so they can learn the FDMG pledge, the FDMG motto, the FDMG chant. It's going to be a great Garvey Day. It's going to be a great Garvey Day, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes. The ancestors have spoken. The Most High has opened the way. And the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy is ready. Parents.
All right. Now, listen, I don't think this is his. I think he moved the chair. This ain't in Mama closet. This, because there's a white. It looks like there's a white rug. Let me do a screen share. Is it gonna let me do it? Oh, here we go. Let me see if it allows. Is this it? Yeah, this is it right there. Okay, so let's take a look. So if you look at in his glasses, you'll see that there looks like there's something on the ground, like a white rug on the ground. Could that be the bathroom? I don't know. It could be. But it's clearly not his mama closet, because his mama closet, it's not this big and it's stuck. And there's a whole bunch of trash and clothes in there. This is the same year, 2023. Yeah. Yeah, but someone was saying that there's video footage of this backdrop inside of, like, as a shower curtain. I haven't seen that. If anyone has it, email it to me. I'll pull it up. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay. Thank you, Traveler. We got blowed off on that one, but it's all good. You know how we do. Burmo Hamoud says, I think Umar had noble intentions to begin with. However, what messed him up is he didn't think everything. So the reality is catching up to him. Oh, so he didn't think about everything. So the reality is catching up with him. Okay. Well, I agree with the last part. I don't see Umar. It's one thing to say that you want to do something, but it's another thing to be prepared to do it. And even if you're not prepared to do it, let's say over the last decade, he could have prepared himself to get it done by now. And that's where the reality is catching up to him. Because someone was mentioning earlier, it sounds like a great idea. You know, a school for black. You can't even do that though. But let's say a school for just black people or just for black boys. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, it sounds good. The curriculum is going to be geared towards black children. It's going to be geared for the black boys. It sounds good. We're going to teach boys how to, float ships, as Umar says, fly airplanes, turn them into black Rambos. Okay, gun training. Okay, self-defense, because he's talked about these types of things too. That all sounds great. We're going to feed them raw vegan diet and all that. Sounds great, all right? But is it realistic? And the answer to that is no. I think what has happened with Umar is, and straight up, I don't think that he had noble intentions. I think he had a dream, but what was attached to that dream, the dream sounded great, but what was it? Maybe that's the noble part. What's attached to that dream is greed, because he saw the dream as an opportunity to get money out of people, and it wasn't to fulfill the dream. That's what I'm saying. It can't be noble, because he's had enough money to get something started. There's people who started stuff with far less money. Umar's collected millions of dollars by now. If you want it to happen, you're going to make it happen. If it sounds noble and you're about that, then you're going to figure out a way to make it happen. And Umar's had more than enough support to make it happen. He's had more than enough money. He's also had more than enough people reach out to him to offer him help, including people in the Black conscious community. I've had people on my platform who reached out to Umar to try to help him with different things, including Brother Marion, who was offering to do Umar Johnson's the FDMG website. He was going to do it for free. The closest thing that Umar ever had to a website for the school was called Umar Johnson School, but it goes to show you where his mentality is at. Why would you name it Umar Johnson School? It's not about you, right? That's not noble. It was about the children. So it should have been FDMG Academy, and that should have been the domain name. See, and if you do the research, what you'll find is that when Umar has a sort of a FDMG website, it's not like he has information on there that lends to the notion that he's serious. It doesn't have a timeline, a project timeline. It doesn't have a board of directors list. It doesn't have a mission statement. I'm talking about clear mission statement. It doesn't have a record of how much donation money he's received, how much more he needs over time, consistently updated. That's not what we see. That's not what the research shows. And at a certain point, he put a password. It was password protected to where you can't just get on there. You have to have the password to get up on there. So fundamentally, there's people who attempted to help Umar with fundamental things that need to take place in order to get this project off the ground, including having a functional website, which should have been in effect as early as 2010 and should have been updated from 2010 to 2026 with information consistently. Tax filing should be posted on there too for transparency reasons. Umar should give updates once a week. Anyway, the point I'm getting, there's plenty of people that offered to help Umar with that. But Umar didn't want that type of help because ultimately it pushes the project forward and he can't extend it out indefinitely. Furthermore, there has to, if you're working with professionals, there's going to be more transparency, especially about the money. Umar doesn't want transparency about the money. If you hire someone to do a job, let's say web design, it's going to be about money too. Brother Marion, he offered to do it for free. But in Umar's mind, especially with how his mind works, because he has issues with paranoia. He thinks everyone's out to sabotage him. So the point that I'm getting at is, I don't think that Umar had noble intentions to begin with. I don't think so. See, and part of the reason why is because what the research shows is that even prior to Umar conceptualizing FDMG, he was trying to run a scam with the UNIA for a building fund. He talks about it inside of his resignation letter. It's not online anymore, but I have it. We've covered it many times. He was trying to get more money out of the UNIA for a building fund to, quote unquote, renovate the second and third floor of their building. Sounds familiar? And the story that Umar tells is that at a certain point when he tried to cash one of the checks, that it came back with insufficient funds or that the bank told him that they put a stop on the check. Which one is it? There's a lot more going on behind the scenes with Umar. I have a primary source who they've given me all types of information. This is one of the forerunners of people who exposed Umar long before anybody that you guys, way before me, but long before anyone that you guys would know about. One of the forerunners. See, Umar was in the UNIA back in 2005. Well, this person was in the UNIA back then too. He's giving me all types of wonderful nuggets, real talk. So the point is that what Umar did ultimately was that he took the UNIA building fund scam and he just transfers it over. And it's in the verbiage too. If you guys look carefully at his resignation letter, he transfers that over to what he calls FDMG. It's always been about money. So by the time you get to 2010, Umar's talking about the school going to open September 11, 2013. And here we are over 12 years, about 12 and a half years later, and there's still no school. See, if it was a noble goal and he was noble about it, his intentions were noble, he would have made it happen by now with the amount of money and the amount of support that he's received. And I'm talking about support, not just financial, but the support that he's received from the Black conscious space and black people willing to help him and do stuff for free. So that first part, I don't agree. And the reason why is because historically speaking, Umar had already been on the scam circuit, if you will, with the UNIA, and he just rolls that over to FDMG. See, and here's the other thing. What the research shows is that Umar did not know that this FDMG project was going to bring in the type of money that it initially brought in. He didn't know that. He had no clue. He was nickel and diming prior to that. But once he pursues this is what the research shows. Once he pursues the St. Paul's College, and this coincides with him being in the Hidden Color series 1 and number 2. And then, in addition to getting money at speaking engagements, because he gets an uptick in speaking engagements for FDMG, he starts receiving money for people sending him, bringing him checks, cash, and money orders sent to his P.O. box, so forth and so on. When he goes digital with it, he sets up a PayPal, he sets up a GoFundMe. That's when Umar realized how this is a cash cow for him. And he's been running with it ever since. 2014, 2015, again, he was on the Breakfast Club 11 years ago, talking about he had already raised $500,000 and that he had raised $500,000 in about a year and 4 months, if memory serves me correctly. See, Umar, he didn't anticipate that type of support, financial support coming through. But once he did, 1 year and 4 months, he had collected $500,000. It was August 31st of 2015. Again, he starts raising money in April. I think he said April 20th. I've heard him say May too, but April 20th of 2014. By August 31st of 2015, he's at $500,000. So that's what I'm saying. For Umar, once he realized that it's not about noble intention, I don't think he ever had noble intention, because he could have had something started with $500,000 back in 2015. He can start something, even if it was an online academy. But see, if he does online, the overhead is going to be greatly reduced. It would have been more profitable. In the overhead, this guy would have been a millionaire by now, a multimillionaire by now, if he built up a website. It doesn't have to be accredited or none of that stuff, but just did it on GP because he had noble intentions. And black people all over the world would have sent him videos to upload. It could have been like a Black Conscious YouTube type shit, real talk. But it's a website, a subscription website. Some of the stuff be for free, people who ain't got money to pay, and then subscriptions. There'd be a plan for individuals, be a plan for parents, be a plan for family. There'd be a plan for professionals. He could have been offering professional services, have people doing seminars, professional seminars and all that kind of stuff, and just turn it into an online business with $500,000 to start in 2015. He would have been a multimillionaire by now, just by the revenue generated from that. Then he can put ad space. He can put ad space in videos for people you want to promote your products and service for. People would have been sending free videos just on GP because they promote their business. Music producer, listen, I want to do some classes on your website on music production, and I'll give a whole thing, and then all I ask that you put it up on there, and then if people need services in terms of music production or mixing or mastering, to have that on that video as an advertisement, and then they get kickback off of that, because when people see those videos, they say, oh, let me go to this guy because he knows what he's doing. I've listened to his music. He's also shown his professional music studio and what he's doing. He's done tutorials. Let me go ahead and send this project to him for mixing, mastering, and so forth and so on, or for production for that matter. Multi-millionaire. And then those individuals, they would be making money too, based upon the traffic that is put in their direction. Just from one website, you don't have to worry about paying faculty and staff. Okay, you can have a webmaster, but there are people who are going to be willing to do that for free. But you don't have overhead. You don't have to have the brick and mortar. You don't have to worry about a leak roof, the HVAC or a hole in the roof, or buses and 5 or 8 different bus stops, and taking the boys over to Africa. Start there with $500,000 in 2015. He could have done that. There's people who started with far less than that. But that's what I mean, that if his intentions were noble, he would have done that just to start. And then what it also does is it builds credibility, but it also provides proof of concept that he can do it in the virtual space. And that's the baby step to do it in the in reality, if you will, meaning a brick and mortar. So Again, I don't think he had a noble intentions from the start. I don't. And like I said, that if he did, by now, we're in 2026. He conceptualized this in 2004. It's been about 22 years. He would have had something started by now with the millions of dollars that he's raised. But even with the $500,000 back on August 31st of 2015, he could have gotten something started. And that would have shown his true intentions. It would have shown his true character. But what does he have to show for it in 2026? Nothing. And I agree with the second part, though, that, yeah, he didn't think of everything. But part of the issue is that he's incompetent and he believes he knows everything. But he also, what he does know is that he has no intention of opening up a school. So why think of everything? It's not necessary. He doesn't want, the goal is not to get to operations. It's about to extend this indefinitely. So I don't need to think about how I'm going to pay faculty and staff. I don't need to think about, how I'm going to get children enrolled at $500 a month. I'm not going to have to think about how I'm going to promote this, because he's going to have to promote that heavily to try to get children to enroll. He ain't thinking about any of that because his intentions were never noble in the first place. It was about getting money out of people and extending this indefinitely. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. YouTube Deposit says, Nerdy Lenon doing Yoda Boys coming? Yeah. It's one of my favorite characters of all time. Yes. Thank you, YouTube. Your kids will see this gifted 5 membership. Thank you so much. Your kids will see that. Appreciate that. Whoever received that, make sure you thank your kids will see this. Michael says, excuse me, Lenon, sir, FDMG will be providing flying carpets to magically transport kids from other states. Thank you. Okay. We're going to do the whole Aladdin thing. That sounds about right. The thing is that what Umar proposes, it's so over the top. It's not even reasonable. Maybe that's one of the reasons why, I kind of get a kick of seeing Umar with his shenanigans, because it's almost like sci-fi, magic carpets, and we're going to teach the boys how to fly helicopters, and we're going to turn them into black Rambos, and we're going to have a dirt bike team. And, one time Umar stated that he was going to put an observatory on the roof of these abandoned buildings so that he can see the surface of planets. I was like, yes, sci-fi. Yeah. Yeah, so flying carpets, yeah, that's fine. Listen, whatever you want to throw in there, it's fine with me at this point. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, the Black Air Forces. What time? Umar, he had a whole campus. It was a compound. I think it was 500 acres, something like that. And in the compound, he had airstrip, like for airplanes to land on. I kid you not. This is supposed to be what FDMG was going to be. And back in 2014, that's what he conceptualized. Air traffic control tower. He had all kinds of shit on it. It was ridiculous. But that right there, just, anyway, it's going to be the Black Air Forces. Okay, thank you for the Soul Plane. What's up, Money? Hope you're doing all right. Shout out to Money. Soul Plane, too, there. Thank you for the super chat. Crushing cookies. Yeah, I kind of said that, Laura. I probably shouldn't have said that, Brenda, but sometimes I get a little out of control. Thank you, Brenda. Kadar says, he also says whites, Asians, and Latinos can attend. Did he say that? Oh my God. Now Umar says that white people, Asians, and Latinos can attend FDMG. Wait a minute. Are you saying the grand opening, or are you saying they can attend as students? Yeah, I gotta watch the whole thing. Yeah, I gotta watch the whole thing. I gotta do it before tomorrow's live stream. That's for sure. Yeah, that's crazy. Umar, he changing it up now. Thanks, Kadar. Yeah, I remember I tried to watch Air, because that was my favorite show back in the day when I was one of my favorite shows back in the day when I was a kid. And I can't remember what it's on. It's on something, one of the streaming platforms. And I watched the first 2 episodes, and I never saw those episodes, so I never had context when I was a child. But there's a deeper storyline, But I used to love. I remember the song. Yeah, that was my show back in the day. Thanks, Sports Bet. Yeah, that was I know this is another one. The Umar's orientation from it wasn't Umar TV. That's another one of the scams Umar was running, was Umar .tv. But he had the Big Papa podcast. Domo, I think that Big Papa podcast was separate from Umar TV. Yeah, because he came up with, I think he came up with Umar TV after the Big Papa podcast. But that Umar's orientation in the Big Papa podcast, that'll blow y'all's mind. The kind of stuff he was saying in here is crazy. It goes to show you that, he's delusional because he's talking as if the school is already open and the parents are there, and he's giving a talk for parent orientation, and the children, you know, they're enrolled, and he's telling about all the stuff he's gonna do. And I mean, it's weird. It is so weird, but that's Umar. Thanks, Domo. The 90-year-old Tuskegee airman, he said, was going to teach the boys how to fly modern aircraft with computers, etc. And listen, Ad Avis is this is not hyperbole. No exaggeration here. Umar stated, I don't have the video. I have it, but I don't remember what the video, because we were listening to, I said, what? He stated that he was in contact with, he always saying shit like this. Like last week, I was just talking. He said he was in contact with some members from the Tuskegee Airmen. And that they were going to come and teach the boys how to fly the airplanes. And I said, how old are the Tuskegee? They'd be about, most of them dead. Real talk, no disrespect, rest in peace. Most of them dead, but the ones that probably got to be in their 90s. And you make a good point. They're going to teach the boys how to fly modern aircraft. Back in the day, they didn't have all that tech like that. I kid you not. I ain't making it up. Hit the one. Some people like, y'all lying. Avis is lying, Lenon lying. No, we're not lying. That's exactly what Umar said. Ridiculous. yeah. Just suck out the bed. Just dumb. How's it going to be highly opinionated? Somebody said the last, yeah, you remember that? That was crazy. Yeah, Umar, he be tripping. Just coming up with anything. Someone said that the last remaining airman passed recently. Rest in peace. I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay. Let me finish up with these super. I'm behind. Let me finish up with these super. We got to get to the actual video. Right? He also said, okay. So anyway, I got to check this out, Kadar. I got to check it out. What's up, big man? I ain't seen you in a while. Says Dr. Umar, the bear. Plans for opening FDMG acquisition, indecision, procrastination, constipation, defecation, intoxication, and lactation. All right. Yeah, I think you covered everything. Shout out to Big Man. This is one of the OGs. In fact, he's the one that got the show to move in a more entertaining and I don't know what the word is. It's never been the same. But see, when I first started, it was real bland and we didn't joke and you know, it was boring. But he's the one that turned it up and turned it out. I used to get mad because he would take over the show. But it was good because it set things in motion to where now, you know, we have a really good time and people show up. Back in the day, it wasn't that many people. I mean, we got 1,500 people up in here right now. So thank you, big man, for I was going to say turning the heat down. Thank you for turning everything on its head and moving it in a more positive and joyful direction. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat as well. Okay, let me do these other ones real quick because we gotta get going there. Fake Fosachi. Is it? Yeah, I know what you Versace says. You talking about this video right here with Umar? He I don't know if that's what Versace looks like. I have no idea.
The first day.
Is that Versace? Is that verse? I don't know. Fosachi. Okay. I have no idea. I don't know nothing about none of that kind of stuff. Okay, thank you, buddy. Broadcasting in Mama Closet near you. Yeah. That's what. Well, that one picture where you see I showed two different backdrops. But anytime you see that backdrop with the sun and the purple and that's his mama closet. Okay, thanks, TJ. A lady says CTG turns into a blushing schoolgirl around Umar Johnson. CTG? What's CTG? I was going to say, I was thinking you're saying Breakfast Club, but that's not. Yeah, I don't even know what CTG is. Oh, you talking about Charlemagne. Okay, Charlemagne turns into a blushing schoolgirl around here. Umar, I think part of it too is that he's been the main person who's brought Umar on. I don't even think, I know Angelina didn't want him on there. But I think at a certain point, your ego gets, you got to protect your ego. So you got to keep going. It's like sunk cost fallacy kind of sort of. Where you've already brought him on all these number of times. You know he's lying. You know he's a scammer. But you can't admit that, because if you admit that, then that also means that you platform a scammer for all this time. And see, really, that shouldn't be how, once you realize that someone's not on the up and up, Well, you speak about that, right? And then you create separation. But see, that's not what Charlemagne the God has done. He knows Umar is not on the up and up, and hold yourself accountable, right? He should hold himself accountable for having Umar on and then move on, but he doesn't do that. Right? Thanks, lady. Again, I saw this one earlier. If anyone has a video of this, if you can email it to me, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I haven't really been following all that stuff. Thanks again, Kadar. Someone said it's not the same green backdrop like the video you played. It's different. This is the back. Okay, so someone send me a screenshot. Yeah, this is a different backdrop. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I haven't seen this backdrop. I haven't seen this one. Yeah, so it's different. The one that I showed earlier, Kadar, this one has it's like the Eye of Heru on it. And it's different than what I'm seeing in the link that or the screenshot that James just sent me. Thanks, James, too. I appreciate you. Yeah. But what you can always look for is that chair. You can see that busted up chair. That's how you can, that's a telltale with Umar. And then normally you'll see this backdrop right here. Yeah, this is the video that we saw where we realized that Umar was living with his mama and Elisha in the mama closet. Yep. Yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. I don't remember when it was, but I remember like it was yesterday. Let me just play something real quick. I don't know why I pulled this one up. Let me see.
What do you do with all the criticism and everything? I think that what I've learned in my short life is that Black people don't understand the process of getting things accomplished. If I put out a goal, it needs to be done.
This is from February 2nd, 2023. Again, this is disparaging Black people. I don't like it when people talk like this about Black people, but then it's like these generalizations and it's negative. Umar does the same thing.
Within, I guess, a week. And if it's not done within a week, I'm a failure, I'm a liar, but and a scammer.
Yeah, see Umar snarling and shit? Look at Umar.
A liar, but and a scammer.
See that nose?
Yeah, I'm a liar, but and a scammer. Scam.
Okay, listen, Umar didn't say that it was going to get done in a week, homeboy. So what you talking about? So, I mean, some of you podcasts, you guys need to you guys don't know what you're talking about. You ain't done the research. Listen, this right here is research. Would start with one. These are all of the grand opening dates that Umar Johnson has given. See, this is research, and it took a long time for me to compile all of this. And this isn't even all of them, because we can also put 2026 on there. We could put 2027 on there too. And also September of 2024. So no, it's not that he said it was going to happen in a week. Umar said that the grand opening was September 11, 2013. He said that in 2010. We're now in March of 2026.
They also don't give you room for failure.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
I think that's one of our biggest setbacks as Black people. And obviously you're experiencing it, right? So how do you deal with all the criticism and everything that goes on with your...
Good question. Good question. Couple points on the FDMG and the criticism we've gotten. We took our first donation for FDMG, good brother, April the 14th, 2014.
I also have him saying April 20th, 2014. I also heard him say May, but I have evidence based upon my research that he was collecting donations in the form of land in 2012.
St. Louis. So this April the 14th will be the 9-year anniversary of the fundraiser, right? And the school should be done by next month, God willing. So when April the 14th comes, so it took us 9 years, basically. It took us just shy of 9 years to get.
This is from February 2nd of 2023. He said the school was going to be done in, what did he say, 2 months? Boys gotta be lying.
The school done. The biggest irony of the criticism, and I do want to keep the criticism in its context, because most of our people support the dream. They support the vision.
Yeah, it's a dream. That's it.
We don't get that school. That campus down in Wilmington, Delaware, is the first school in American history built exclusively by the African diaspora. Never been done before, not even in Garvey's time, not to that extent. The donations came from Africa, Jamaica, the Caribbean, South America. There's no country, and I got to double check, definitely no continent.
Hey, DD.
But there's probably no country that we didn't get a donation from. That speaks to how much Black people are willing to support something that they believe in. So getting back to the detraction.
Did he say every single country donated to him? If that's the case, then that means that other groups of people donated to you too, right? Anyway.
You know what the most interesting thing about the detraction is? How can you criticize the building of an institution when you never built an institution? How do you?
It's not the criticizing the building. First of all, you're not building anything. And you bought some of them trap bandos and you've been renovating them for 7 years. But the criticism, that's not the criticism. The criticism is the fact that you've taken millions of dollars of Black people's money and made all of these promises and you haven't fulfilled your promises. A promise that goes unfulfilled is nothing more than a lie. That's the criticism. You're a liar. And people don't like liars. They don't like people who lie on other people. They don't like people who lie. They don't like people who lie and then keep lying. Like you, Umar. I mean, it sounds like a great idea. There's other people. Lord Jamar's father-in-law has opened up schools. It's not about criticizing because someone's opening up a school. You're not opening up a school. It's about criticizing because you're a liar and you continue to lie.
Criticize a man bringing forth something never before done in this country when we as a people don't have a history in America, a recent history of building our own institutions. I heard people say things like the school should have been done after 2 years. Based on what? Have you ever built?
Okay, listen, that's not
Umar Johnson.
If you say that the school is going to open September 11, 2013, and we're now in March of 2026, it's not an issue of the school should be open in 2 years. You said that the school was going to open in 2010. You said it's going to open in 2013. We're almost 13 years later. Let's give grace 12 years later, and the school's still not open. Not even close.
No. Have you ever ran a school? So how do you know?
And Umar, you've never opened a school and you never ran a school either. Furthermore, you've collected millions of dollars and there's still no school.
Know how long it takes to run a school. I had another Negro say, remember we was going through the HVAC situation? Now the HVAC unit is a $50,000 unit. You're not going to get it cheaper. You know what they were saying on YouTube? I talked to my cousin. He's an HVAC tech. He said he could get an HVAC for $5,000. Show me a damn HVAC on a school for I mean, literally.
Look at Umar's eyes. Well, here's the thing. What you do is you provide receipts on how much, and you should, how much that HVAC unit costs, but you never did that. You're a liar, so why would people think that it costs exactly $50,000 with taxes? It's 50 exactly. You notice Umar always gives these figures. It's never like, it costs $46,388.92. He doesn't do that. But he doesn't provide receipts because there's no transparency. And he has a history of that. He's never provided receipts on how much the purchase price was. Online receipts say $400,000. What he reported to the IRS was in around $400,000. He didn't report that until 2021. He acquired these trap bandos in 2019. He never told anybody. What he did say was that it was around $700,000. No. So that's why people question, because ultimately, if you do enough research, you realize that what research that we can find don't correlate to what Umar's saying and what's coming out of his mouth, because he's a pathological liar. That's what the criticism comes from. So if the HVAC costs $50,000, exactly $50,000, where's the receipt to prove that? Just show the receipt, right?
People speaking gibberish, bro. People speaking gibberish. Oh, he bought some bando traps. Some schools wasn't worth the money. Do you know that campus was renovated from the ground? They took old buildings, consolidated them, and rebuilt. $13 million, 2009.
That was 10 years before you purchased them. So just because, listen, if it was $13 million just to renovate back then, How much is it going to cost to renovate in 20? Because renovations ain't complete. What about the other side of the street too, by the way, homeboy? How much is it going to cost to renovate everything now? Furthermore, if it costs $13 million in 10 years ago, Umar did this video in 2023. He said in 2013, right? Let's go back. I can pull it up on my timeline because I have it there.
2009.
Oh yeah, 2009. So if renovations take place in 2009 and they put in $13 million to renovate, that's in 2009. Watch this. If we adjust it for inflation, and that 13 million in 2009 will be $19.8 million in 2026. I just want to because I like statistics. Let me just throw that out there. But let's think about this. If it costs $13 million in 2009 to renovate, why would they sell? And these buildings are state of the art, as Umar Johnson says, in great shape, as he says. Why would they sell these buildings to Umar Johnson in 2019, February 2019, for $400,000? How do you go from 13 million to 400,000 in a decade? Hit the one. $13 million in 2009. They sell these trap bandos to Umar for $400,000 in 2019. In 10 years, $13 million to renovate, and then you sell them for $400,000. What does that tell y'all? That they some shits. They some trap bandos.
That means the school is 14 years old, $13 million property. We paid less than 1/8 of that to acquire it.
Look at this guy's face. He said less than 1/8. An eighth would be $1,625,000. You got these trap bandos for $400,000. What you talking about? He said less than 1/8. What percentage is 400,000 of 13 million? No, Umar, you got these shits for 3.07% of the 13 million value based upon renovations that took place allegedly in 2000. And there were renovations that took place 2009. So if we want to just look at it from the renovation amount, 13 million, we're talking about a depreciation of about 97% in 10 years, so that you can purchase them at 3.07% of the 13 million renovation costs back in 2009. It's not a win, Umar. What it shows is that you bought some bandos.
But all right, just clarify for the people. So the building is there. The building is owned.
Of course it's owned.
The building is there. What is the next process moving forward to get things?
Yeah, see, Umar, he's very agitated.
The next process, well, as I was saying, renovations should be done by the end of this month. Then we have to get our certificate of occupancy from the city. I've already set the first date of school, September 3rd, 2024. So next year we get started, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. And then we're going to go up and down a grade every year. So year 1 is 2, 3, 4. Year 2 is 1 through 5. Year 3 is K through 6. Year 4 is pre-K through 7. Year 5 is daycare through 8th. That gives us enough time to go across the street and get the Honorable Frederick Douglass High School done. That's 3 times the size of the elementary school. But now that I have the wisdom of going through the process of rehabbing the small school. I know what to do and what not to do for the high school. Moreover, once our people see the education that our boys are getting at that small school, they're going to want their child to come to FDMG, and they're going to say, I want my son in your school. And I'm going to say, we don't have no room. See that school over there? Your child's classroom is over there. We got to get that done. The point.
Boy, this guy just be bullshitting. Yeah, it's going to be FDMG daycare too. Listen, daycare ain't no joke. I don't know what Umar. He said it's gonna be FDMG daycare. He was talking about daycare back in 2010. After school program and daycare, all this foolishness.
The point that I'm making is once they see what we're doing, I think getting the high school done is going to be much quicker than getting the elementary school done. So again,
this guy.
The only thing we're waiting on right now, the last repair. Plumbing is done, inspected, approved. Electric is done, inspected, approved. Security, fire, sprinklers, everything done, inspected, and approved. The only thing that held us up.
Is he going to say that the HVAC controls?
There are batteries inside of the VAV unit. So in a commercial building, every room has a unit of intake and outtake, right? Heat, air. Our units are good. But the batteries, by sitting there, because the school sat for about 5 years before we got it, the batteries leaked, and they leaked onto the sensors. So the sensors are supposed to arrive next week. Once they put the sensors in, it looks like we're done. Get an inspection. Then I got to contact the city, say all the units is good, electric, HVAC, plumbing, fire.
Look at this guy. This. I'm sorry. I apologize. This guy be lying and his eyes be getting all bug-eyed like this. And then the next thing, you know, the units on, because they've been leaking, the battery was leaking. I forgot about this one. I lost a little weight too, by the way. I wasn't sleeping. But I've been sleeping good lately, so I've been putting on a couple of pounds. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Big old gut. I thought my wife got me pregnant again. You know these women, they don't be wanting to, wait. Anyway. But so this is I forgot about the batteries, this one. I thought this was the one where he was saying that what was holding them up was the HVAC controls. Y'all remember that one? No, this one is that there's these units. I don't know exactly. I don't know. Maybe he's talking about the fire alarm units or something like that. I don't know. That are on the ceiling that for some reason the batteries leaked from sitting in there for so long. So either he needs to replace the batteries or he needs to replace the units. I think he's talking about, I don't know what he's talking about. But that's what's holding him up back in 2023. Can y'all believe that? And here we are in 2026. I forgot about this one. I sure did. Because I remember we watched this and I said, what is he talking about? The battery's leaking. And you can tell when he's lying because his eyes, they start bugging. You know what I'm saying? Umar and you start doing his hands like this. Yeah, you're right, Patrick. Yeah, he lies like a child, making up stuff as he goes along. He can, and go forever. Yeah, he will. He'll go forever if you let him. Yep. You're absolutely right about that. Look at this guy's face. Look. He's like one of them lying ass kids. You know what I'm saying? He said the batteries.
Approved. Electric is done, inspected, approved. Security, fire, sprinklers, everything done, inspected, and approved. The only thing that held us up.
Look at this guy. This is 3 years ago.
There are batteries inside of the VAV unit. So in a commercial building, every room has a unit of intake and outtake, right? Heat, air. Our units are good, but the batteries, by sitting there, because the school.
Okay, he's talking about air variable air volume unit. So it's an HVAC terminal device that controls both temperature and airflow to individual zones in commercial buildings. Wow. Those are battery, the HVAC problem.
Sat for about 5 years before we got it. The batteries leaked, and they leaked onto the censors. So the censors are supposed to arrive next week. Once they put
Oh,
the
he needs
censors
censors.
in, it looks like we're done. Get an inspection.
See how he says it looks like.
Then I got to contact the city, say all the units is good.
Look at this guy. This thing, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm just getting tired of it. This guy be lying so much, it's incredible, and he just keeps going. Like I can't remember who said that. If it's always next week, or if they just call. I just talked with someone yesterday. I just talked with someone last week. He's a liar. He's a pathological liar. All he do is lie. But if you don't stop him, he'll keep going. That's what he's doing. Look at his face. It's amazing to me.
Electric.
And he does. He seems like he's delusional too, but he seems like a little child that just the children they just start lying, and if you don't, and then mommy she got a horse and I got the horse had wings. It was a Pegasus, and I got on the horse's back. I flew to Africa. When I got there, and they just keep going. That's how you got to tell them type of kid. Listen, stop the cap. Okay. Your mama didn't get you no horse. The horse did not have no wings. You ain't been to Africa. Stop it. You Crenshaw Mafia. Cut it out. But if you don't correct the behavior, they'll just keep going. That's what Umar. Look at him.
HVAC, plumbing, fire. What next?
I wish I had I don't think I have the whole video of this. I don't think I have it. I wish I did, because I know he's lying more if you keep letting it go. Stop the lies, baby. Okay. Anyway, we got blowed off. Let's get 3 hours later. Let's get back to the main video. Oh, let me show you all this too, because you know how Umar says that he started getting donations in 2014, the spring. Well, here's a post from December 24th of 2012. We live in a world of spiritual paradoxes. If you want to live in the heart of the people forever, then you must die young. If you really love someone, you must give them the freedom to leave you if they so choose. To be admired by all, you must never admire yourself. Well, you know you ain't doing that. To protect your children from harm, you ain't doing that either. You must allow them to make some critical mistakes. To conquer your enemy, you must allow him to have his way. All righty. You must allow him to have his way first. All right. True beauty is invisible and cannot be seen with the naked eye. Now, look what Umar posted next. He said, Dr. Umar, potential site of FDMG Academy in San Bernardino, California. 6 acres have been gifted this past week to Team Pan African for those purposes. That's a donation. December 24th of 2012. That's a donation. But he also said that land was donated to him in Philadelphia, too. I have that. It'll be, no, I think I already covered inside the documentary. Yeah, no, I didn't. I didn't cover this one. It'll be in the next segment because I'm in 2012 now. But the point is that Umar, based on his own words, he was collecting donations. And I have another video where he was requesting that people donate to his cause of FDMG in the form of a building, like he can turn it into a school. And that was in 2012 as well. Most people haven't seen that video. The audio quality is horrible, but I was able to kind of get it halfway decent. But that'll be in the next segment of the documentary. All right. Okay, let me do the Rusty Super Chats, then we can get back to the video. Let's see. Oh, and thanks, Kadar, too, for the super chat. I appreciate it. CJ says the only parents painfully uninvolved in their kids' education would contemplate sending them to a place like this. Well, how Umar, I think there's some truth to this, because how he presents this school, FDMG, hypothetically, because it doesn't exist, is that it's going to be like a one-shop, fits everyone's situation, and that it's going to save these Black boys. So in my opinion, any parent that would think that somehow it's someone else's responsibility to save their child, if their child indeed needs to be saved, I think that puts the onus, the responsibility into someone else's hands. And in that sense, you're being irresponsible, because you should be taking lead in terms of getting your child whatever types of services that they need, professional services, most certainly, in order to get them back on the right track, whatever their issues may be. Okay, academic, social, mental, whatever the issues may be, physical even. So yeah, I think that's part of the issue, is that what Umar preys upon people who, Black parents who are already in a dire situation, and he presents himself as the ultimate solution, but he has no solution. He doesn't have a solution for himself. He don't have a solution for his own children. But you would have to be irresponsible, in my opinion, and I'm not saying this to shame anyone, but you would have to be irresponsible to think that somehow it's someone else's responsibility to save your child. Now, if that person was legit and you work with that person to help your child along, great. But the onus is on the parent to be the front line of defense and the front line of action when it comes to their child. But I think Umar, he's done a great job. It's notorious, but he's done a great job at presenting himself as the solution for all Black parents, especially you Black parents who have children and you feel as if your children are out of control, or maybe they're not doing well, or that they need services, and that you're overwhelmed. That he's the one that's going to save the day. When in point of fact, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Right now, the other thing is, I got to say it again, that if you're a parent and you're struggling with your child, seek professional guidance, seek professional services, and work with those professionals to get your child the help that the child needs. Umar is not the answer. He's presented himself as such, but he's not. Okay? Thanks, CJ. Jay Civic says Umar everywhere but the opening of school. Yeah, this is another thing. Even we can look for 2026. Umar hasn't been up there all that much. Okay, I can pull up my folder for 2026, and I'll propose that this year he's been up there the least so far at this point. I know we're just we're getting close to getting into April. But if I look in my 2026 folder and just look for Umar out in front of these trap bandos, here's one, here's two. So this is on the same day, February 14th. That's the same day, February 14th. February 3rd, so that's two. Okay, the other video's from February 3rd. That's still two. January 20th. No, this is someone driving through. That might have been Enterprise, South Enterprise. January 20th. I don't know if I said that already. So that's 3 times. All right, so that's 3. That's all I have. So this year, he's only been up there live streaming like once a month. That's telling in and of itself. So, and he's doing other stuff, but I mean, that just is telling. He's not serious about opening up a school. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, thanks, Jay Civic. And thanks, CJ, as well. And Kadar, what's up, Q Butter says, we started our accreditation process. Hopefully we will have candidacy status in the next 30, in the next 30 days. Plus, we are now fully recognized as a foreign domestic corporation in 5 states, 15 by the end of this. Well, congratulations. If you once you get if you're able to get the accreditation completed, make sure you you can email me, let me know. Okay, because that we'll celebrate here on my channel. I've contributed in the past. I need to contribute again. In fact, don't you still got that? Don't you still have the Ziax? Let me check right quick. This was early though. He may not be there anymore. Almost an hour ago. Because I thought you had a crowdfunding. Okay, yeah, it's still up. This is about the organizer relies primarily on the redemption donors and incorporated service. What is this right here? Oh, it looks like you can tip GoFundMe too. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you up with a little something right quick. All right. Yeah. Let us know. You can email me if you ever get accreditation, because I'll announce it and then we'll celebrate. I donated before. I just donated again. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I don't mean to say this here, but Q Butter ain't raised millions of dollars. He ain't raised millions of dollars, but he's providing services. Umar's raised millions of dollars. He hasn't educated one Black child. He hasn't even taught. He hasn't done anything. What has he done except run his mouth? So The point is that there are people out here who are they're providing services for Black children, and they should be supported. Umar's not the one. All right. All right. Again, brother, if you're still here, make sure you update us if you're able to get that accreditation, and we'll announce it here on my platform, and we'll celebrate, because we always celebrate whenever people reach certain accomplishments. Okay. And I just contribute to your, you have a GoFundMe, and I've donated in the past, so figure I'll do it again now. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, and congratulations too. Yeah. Keep doing what you're doing. Yeah. It's sad because if people who've sent money to Umar, let's say if half of the people send it to someone like Q Butter, or someone like Lord Jamar's father-in-law, or someone like King Randall, what type of difference would that make in Black children's lives? See, the thing is that no one can get up here and argue the fact that Umar raising millions of dollars has not benefited one Black child. Yeah, but he talks, and no, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about Umar running his mouth. Umar stated that he was collecting money to open up a school. The idea was to educate Black children. So if he makes that promise, then what should be fulfilled is that promise, not him running his mouth about all the stuff he's going to do. The millions of dollars, and it is millions of dollars at this point, the millions of dollars that Umar Johnson has raised, not 1 cent has gone towards the benefit directly, the direct benefit of a Black child. And yet we have people out here who are actually making a difference in Black people's lives, Black children's lives, and they ain't collected nothing near the amount that Umar Johnson has collected, not even close. Umar Johnson's initial GoFundMe, he had raised over $400,000 in about 2 years and I want to say 8 months, somewhere around there. And I don't mean to do this, but brother Q Butter, $20,421 raised. But he has something to show for it. This is just on his GoFundMe. He has something to show for it. Now, real quick, does that mean that I agree with everything Q Butter has ever said? No. Does that mean that, Q Butter's perfect? No. But Umar has not done what he's promised. Q Butter has done what he's promised. And then on top of that, Umar ain't shit. I got to throw that in there too. Anyway, shout out to Q Butter, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Wicked Angler says this fool doesn't know Baltimore morning traffic. Yeah, listen, it's traffic is always going to be an issue. And then, if you're driving state to state and you're leaving around the time where everyone else is leaving to go to work or to go to school, traffic's going to be crazy. That's in general. Especially if you live in like a big city, that's in general. So it don't make no sense. These kids would be on the bus anywhere on average, anywhere from 4.5 hours a day to 6 hours, maybe 6.5 hours a day, just being on the bus. We're not talking about the time they be at school. We're not talking about the time when they get up to get ready to get to the bus. It just doesn't make any sense. Okay, thanks, Wicked Angel. Okay, let me do these other real quick. Chair got alopecia. That's a new one, Derek. Umar Johnson's chair got alopecia. All right. 50 Shades of Tunde broadcasting in a bathroom. I guess that's what he do. You would think that after all the money he's raised, he would have his own place, and have it nice and live stream from there. He want to broadcast at a Obama clause. Let me say. It wouldn't matter now if he had moved his mama into a better place and he had himself together. And he wants to live stream inside in his closet. That's fine. But don't do it anymore. Anyways, let me stop. Thanks, TJ. YouTube Pastor Chair got years of cheesesteak and McDonald's parts. Yeah, ain't no telling. McDonald's part, ain't no telling. I feel bad for it. Umar said that he had that chair since he was in college. I should play that part, but we got to get going. I think it all together was like 20 years. He had it for like 20 years, something like that. Crazy. Thank you, Judavon. Gotcha. It's a Ponzi scheme, basically. Well, the thing is, I don't consider this to be a Ponzi scheme, because a Ponzi scheme is basically you take money from other people and you keep bringing in money, and you pay out a portion of that money to other people that you made promises to based upon, what your projections were and how much that they would receive from their investment, right? That's not what Umar is doing. What Umar is doing it's not a Ponzi scheme. What Umar is doing is because the Ponzi scheme is where you rob Peter to pay Paul. So so the people who have been in the Ponzi scheme earlier on, you're dishing money out to them, but you're basically taking the money from the new people and then making them the promise that they're going to get a particular rate of return. They come in thinking that that's going to happen, and then it's not happening. But what you do is you keep bringing more people in, you take money from them, and then you pay those people off with returns based upon what you promised. And it just keeps going until the house of cards fall, and it always does, because you can't do this forever. At a certain point, you don't have enough people to be able to pull on to keep this Ponzi scheme going. Okay, that's Madoff. He's an example of that. He knew what was coming down the pike too. He got away with it for such a long time. What Umar is doing, he's made a promise. It's not an investment. It's not that people are going to receive a return on an investment. He made a promise to open up a school. That's what he promised people. So what he does is that he continues to receive money for this school that does not exist, but he's telling people, we're making progress here. We're making 2020. We're making progress. I mean, even before that, 2010, 2014, 2015. This is the goal. We're trying to get St. Paul's. It just keeps going. So it's all about extending this indefinitely and giving what I call the illusion of progress. Okay, and I got that from, it was a film about Marcus Garvey, and they talked about how he would give the illusion of progress to his followers to make them think that things were going in a particular direction when in point of fact they weren't. They call it the illusion of progress. So Umar, his school is Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey. He wants to be Marcus Garvey. He wants to be the head of UNIA as a president general, so forth and so on. I've talked about this in the past. So I just adopted that from that doc. It's an old documentary too. It looks like it was on VHS a long time ago. I wish I could find it. I adopted that and I applied it to Umar because that's what he's done. It's not a Ponzi scheme. He gives the illusion of progress. And what that does is it makes people want to donate to him more. And they want to donate to him more and donate to him more. So every step along the way, it's about extending this further, give the illusion of progress, paint days. We're going to pick up trash, the illusion of progress. We're going to get the HVAC installed. That's the illusion of progress, because what's the point of getting the HVAC installed? There's no students enrolled. We're going to get electricity turned on. Why do you get electricity turned on at this point? We sit on these trap panels for 7 years. The burn rate and just to own these buildings is ridiculous, but it gives the illusion of progress and people continue to send money. And then more recently, the renovations are completed. He expects more people, and there will be more people that are going to send you more money. So that's what this is. It's about extending this indefinitely, giving the illusion of progress so people will continue to donate. And for Umar, it doesn't matter because he doesn't have to show and prove. He doesn't have to actually adhere to his promise, because the goal is not that. The goal is to extend this indefinitely because this is his primary source of income. Okay. All right. CJ says Umar is a cautionary tale of the dangers of internet celebrity. I agree. Identity politics, totally agree. And untreated mental illness, I totally agree. I talk about this, and I don't even talk about it, but I referenced what you're saying here inside the first documentary towards the end. He's a cautionary tale because there's a lot of issues dealing with Umar. See, and when we go back to 2005 and look at how he was, I did put up a video yesterday about that. You look at how he was in 2005. He had some issues then, I could tell. But over the years, it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. And he's a cautionary tale. How do you go to school for 20 years? You pick up allegedly 6 degrees, including 3 masters and a PsyD, and you're homeless in 2026. And been homeless since 2019. You don't have your own vehicle. You rent cars with donors' money. How does that happen? By the way, we did a members live last week. Crazy. Umar in these degrees. Kitwana, and I forgot to respond, but Kitwana and I don't even think he realized that he actually figured out what was going on, because I was reading through his email, because afterwards, because he's the one that he sent me. I'm telling you, Umar, he's a trip. If someone reminds me, to pull up, because I meant to do it today. Actually, I meant to do it yesterday. Someone remind me to pull up this information. And shout out to Kitwana, because he's the one that sent it to me. I'll pull up Umar Johnson's master's at PCOM. We'll pull that up. And then we'll pull up the documentation. And then we're going to, from PCOM, and we're going to cross-reference. And you guys are going to be amazed at what you see. See, because this stems out of the fact that in 2012, Umar didn't get his PsyD until November 14th, I believe. November 14th, I believe 14th. November 2012. But he was saying that he was referring to himself as doctor in 2011. There's a document out there, I just haven't been able to verify, where Umar in 2007 he was being referred to as doctor. He didn't have no PsyD back then. So that opened up a can of worms, but then we started looking at those master's degrees. And Kitwana pulled some documents and sent it to me, and it was crazy. Okay, someone remind me, we'll get into that. Thanks, CJ. Yeah, he is a cautionary tale. Okay, 20 years of being in school, about 20 years, and to be where he's at today, and then collect millions of dollars and ain't got nothing to show for it. Crazy. Thanks, CJ. May says he can't plan and he won't take advice. Yeah, that's two of the other issues with Umar. He doesn't have organization skills, and you have to have basic organization skills to do anything in terms of a project, especially if it's going to involve other people. You have to have organization skills. But something of this magnitude, you have to have training. You have to have the knowledge base. You would also have to have a plan. You have to be extremely organized. Umar's not organized. He's never been. He's talked about that himself, but the video evidence shows that too. And then on top of that, yeah, you're right. He won't take advice. That's one of his biggest issues. That deals with his ego and the narcissism. He believes he knows everything. But see, I figured that if you're 50 and you've been homeless for about 7 years, you should humble yourself and take advice. Now, I've never been homeless. But I have had experiences in my past that brought me to my knees and where I hit rock bottom. And what did I have to do? I had to humble myself. And then take advice. And some of the advice was in the form of criticism. Okay, some of the criticism was illegitimate, but there were criticism that was legitimate criticism. And I've worked very hard over these many years to turn things around. But you have to be willing to take advice, even if it's in the form of criticism. And it could be uncomfortable criticism. And then you take steps every single day. See? And then, yeah, you also have to have a plan and work that plan. And that's what I've been doing. But in the first place, I had to be humble. See, Umar, he's unwilling to do that because he thinks he knows everything. And that's why he won't take advice. And then on top of that, he doesn't have organization skills to plan anything. Thanks, mate. How's it going, Miranda? So, hey, then the cooker said, Umar will be picking the kids up in the airplane. You can throw anything in there. First class flights. Remember, the students will be the pilots. Yeah, real talk. Based upon what Umar says, you can pretty much throw anything in there, even though it sounds inconceivable. It sounds like comical. You can throw anything in there because when you listen to Umar when he's telling these stories, that's where he's coming from. It's over the top ridiculous. So yeah, you can throw in. I know you're joking, but yeah, you can throw that in there. I mean, if Umar got online and tomorrow says, you know what we're going to be doing? We're not going to do buses. What we're going to do is we're going to fly the children out. We're going to, they're going to be flying out from Canada. I mean, would I be shocked? No. Is it ridiculous? Yeah. Would we be clowning for it? Yeah. But at this point, you can throw anything in there with this guy. I mean, one time he said that they were going to put an observatory on the roof of FDMG. I kid you not. I think that was the Big Papa podcast. Yeah, it was. It was crazy. I'm going to pull it up today, but we almost done. He said, and that way we're going to be able to see the surface of planets. Okay. First of all, when you say the surface of the planet, that's the surface, like where you stand on, right? The technology does not exist where you can see the actual surface. Now you can see from far away, but the actual surface where you're seeing the actual grain of sand or whatever it is down there, you're not going to do that. But that's Umar. I mean, it sounds great because I love sci-fi. Okay. Now the Yautja, they have that technology. If you guys know, do you guys know that the Yautja they didn't develop that technology themselves. They were enslaved by another race. It was an insectoid race. I can't remember the name right now. When they fought against their oppressors, and they took their technology. They destroyed them and took their technology. So the Yautja, they're able to do that, but not Umar. I watched Badlands recently. Yeah, my family took it was so beautiful. My family took me to the movies for my birthday. I'm gonna remember that for the rest of my life. And they got tickets, and we got to see Predator Badlands with the big screen and everything. It was so good. I was so happy. God is good. That's all I can say. Yautja, they whoop some ass too. I think I would have been a good Yautja. Real talk. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Miranda. I'm going off. See, we just throwing anything in there now. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. What's up, Randy? Says, hey, Lenon, remember the M. Bison Fortress? Oh, hey, Lenon, remember the M. Bison Fortress in Street Fighter movie? It reminds me of Umar's Dream Campus. Boy, that's so funny. Was it Street Fighter? No, that's not, but I know what you're talking about. Because it was Mortal Kombat. Yeah, my brother, he said, I don't know why he's playing Mortal Kombat 2. I was laughing at him so hard. I ain't gonna show it to y'all, but he sent me a screenshot of his TV. And on it's Mortal Kombat, the second one. I don't know what he's playing it on though. No, maybe he has an emulator or something. Anyway, that's what came to mind. But you're talking about Street Fighter was the game back in the day. Yeah. Oh, you can. So that whatever he said, that was the game. Yeah, but I remember M. Bison. Yep. There was another character on there I used to like. I think he was from Brazil. He kind of looked like an animal. You guys remember what I'm talking about? Anyway, let me go see, because it wasn't M. Bison the real big dude, the muscular guy. Oh no, he looked like the cap. Yeah, he was bad. That dude was bad. But there was another guy, Street Fighter. Yeah, M. Bison. Yeah, yeah, I was looking for this one character. I can't remember his name. He was green, the guy I was thinking about. And then they had one guy that looked like a yogi. Yeah, I can't remember the name. It was so long ago, but that was the game back in the day. I remember when that first came out. Yeah, you taking me back right there. Anyway, thanks, Randy. Yeah, Umar, he had a whole layer, the FDMG layer. Okay, thank you for the super chat. D Nice says, as an Air Force vet, Umar the Walrus is lying about those pilots. Yeah, he was lying. And I don't think I have the actual, let me see if the video populates right quick. I know it's not, because that was a more recent video, and I'm not in that particular time. So this was the Tuskegee. Oh no, wait a minute, I do have it. Okay. There's a more recent one. This one is from 2013. He was talking about the Tuskegee Airmen. But there was a more recent one that we covered, and because I remember it, but this video is from 2013. What I'm thinking about. Let me just look real quick and see if I have it archived right. I know I have it. Look, I'm interested to see what he was saying about the Tuskegee Airmen back in 2013. This is from September 21st. September, okay, it looks like it's a radio interview. Let's see what happens. Okay, at the 39-minute mark. Oh no, it's not a radio interview, it's a lecture. Yeah, I don't think I've taken notes on this one. I think it's this one. Let's see.
I'm going to be taught. When they graduate from 12th grade, they'll have a portfolio already. By the time your child's graduating, they will know how to cut hair or do hair. They will know how to take a computer
He always says cut hair because he used to be a barber when he was in the military academy.
Put it back together. They'll be able to produce their own documentary. Some of them will know how to fly airplanes because we're going to have an aviation academy.
This guy. This is 2013, y'all.
They give you their junior's pilot's license. Imagine that. When I was in Jackson yesterday, I met a sister who was going to hook me up with one of the Tuskegee Airmen from Tuskegee University. He's retired now. He's going to help me build the aviation program for the school. Imagine.
This guy, he's fantastical. Like someone was saying, he's like a child, and if you don't stop him, he'll keep lying and just keeps building on it. This is egregious.
That your son, when they graduate from 12th grade, they'll have a portfolio already. By the time your child's graduating, they will know how to cut hair or do hair. They will know how to take a computer apart, put it back together.
Yeah, this is from September 21st, 2013. This is the power of research too, by the way. The document that I have here, it's 51,022 words, 260 pages, and this just goes research through 2000 up until 2019. So I got a lot more work ahead of me. But this is the power of research. Yeah, this video is from September 21st of 2013. The school was supposed to open September 11th of 2013. See that? Does Umar mention the grand opening date or why it was changed? He doesn't even mention it. And I'll talk about that in the documentary. He don't even go back and say, oh, this is the reason why I didn't open September 2013. I said that in 2010. See the power of research? And yet here he is right here, September 21st of 2013. And look at what he's saying.
To produce their own documentary. Some of them will know how to fly airplanes because we're going to have an aviation academy. They give you their junior's pilot's license. Imagine that. When I was in Jackson yesterday, I met a sister who was going to hook me up with one of the Tuskegee Airmen from Tuskegee University. He's retired now. He's going to help me build the aviation program for the school.
Listen, he's making that shit up. Anytime he says I was just in contact with such and such yesterday or this past weekend, he's lying. He always do that. I'm getting phone calls every day from black men they wondering why it is that these women. What are you talking about?
Imagine that your son can.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, James, we got to give Umar some credit because this video is from 2013. All right, so we got to take 13 years off of that. So what did we say? I don't know, 90. What is it? 80? I don't know. I'm sorry. See, well, 9 minus. What'd you say? 100. Wait a minute. Let me. Okay, so 2000. Yeah, I'm tripping. 2013. I got it backwards. Yeah, it still wouldn't make a difference, though, huh? It's still, what? It's nuts. Somebody said it too damn old. Yeah, it's 97, but I'm looking right here, and because this would go back to. Someone said 96. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, so even still, it's still ridiculous. I'm sorry. I got confused because I'm looking at, well, I'll let it go because I'm looking at it from the vantage point of Umar saying this in 2013, but I do remember that he brought this up again in 2025. I haven't gotten to that point in my note taking. But it was last year he brought this up again. So whether we do it from last year or we do it from 2013, it's still egregious. They're about 97. Yeah. So 90 cocktail. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go. Let me get to the
17 years old. And then we want to have a maritime academy where we teach your sons and daughters how to float ships. And you say, well, what's so important about float ships? I don't like water. I'll tell you what's so important about float ships. 90% of all commercial enterprise is conducted on the sea.
All right, this guy is nuts. Okay, let's get back to the main video, y'all. Real quick, thank you, D-Nice, for the super chat. TJ says, Leonard, can you do a poll on the glasses? What would be the question? You talking about Umar's glasses? This is from earlier. I'm not even on the what you call it anymore. I was on here on looking up Street Fighter. I wish I could remember the name of that one guy. He was the guy from Brazil, but he was green. I used to love using that guy because he was crazy. Okay, there is a poll question. Are you surprised Umar Johnson changed the grand opening day? We had 1,946 likes. 93% said no, 7% said yes. Okay, if you haven't voted, let's try to see if we can get to 2,000 votes before we get up out of here. And then we got over 820 likes, so we did fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Okay, if any of you guys, yeah, Blanca, yeah, something like that. Yeah, Blanca, which it could be like I'm trying to put this on the screen, but I'm on the wrong. But Blanca, I mean, it sounds, it's just Brazil, but what Blanca sounds like Blanca as in white, but he wasn't white. He was, oh, someone said Blanca. Okay. Yeah, that guy, he was crazy. Well, he'd tear up everything. He would go crazy, start electric shock and all that stuff. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what the question would be for about the glasses. You probably talking about someone that said Umar got on those fake glasses. Okay, thanks, TJ. Okay, let me do these other ones quick. He's the biggest bullshitter in history. I agree. That's his legacy. Going down as the biggest liar in history, pathetic. Yeah, I agree. That's one thing about Umar. If you listen to him long enough, and then if you do enough research, and a lot of research we've done, like while we're doing these live streams and watching these videos, you realize that he's a bullshitter. He's a professional bullshit talker. That's what he does. That's what's allowed him to get to where he's at today. Not that, and I'm talking specifically about being running this long con and scamming people for a school that does not exist. He's been at this a very long time, and the primary means through which he's been able to actualize this is through the gift of gab. He's a bullshitter, and yeah, at this point, more and more people are waking up. They know that he's lying, and they can pick it up at this point because he lied so much about this FDMG school scam, right? And at this point, yeah, when we talk about the black conscious space, he's the biggest liar in history. At this point, see, I'm tempted tomorrow. Because I wasn't planning on live stream tomorrow, but I'm tempted tomorrow to go and pull up all of the Breakfast Club interviews and just the segments where Umar is specifically talking about FDMG, and we can listen to it. We won't watch the video, but we'll listen to it in sequence, and that will show conclusively this guy, he's a liar. Okay, don't hold me to it. That's what I want to do tomorrow, but I wasn't planning on live stream. I'm trying to make more headway with this documentary. I'm bogged down in 2012. There's a lot in 2012. Thank you, Be Highly Opinionated, for being a member for 4 months. User 225 says, Leonard, what you do if your son say he want to go to FDMG? Now, my children, they know about Umar, and they'll send me memes because the younger people, they clown him on different like TikTok and stuff like that. I'm not on TikTok, but the younger people, they be on that stuff. I'm not really on social media. I get on here when I can, and it's a matter of time. I'm always trying to get on here, and then like I just got a lot on my plate. Hopefully, Lord bless me to where I'll have more time in the near future. Okay, but it is what it is. But my children, they know about Umar, and they know he's a scammer. The other thing is see, I think that even children have standards in terms of how they should be spoken to, how they should be treated, especially if they're raised a certain way. I can't say that all children have standards, because you could be raised in this horrible type of situation. I think it could be different. But with our children, like we've treated them a certain type of way, and they would expect that type of treatment from adults. Not that they would receive it, but they would expect that. That would be their standard. I can put on, I'm not going to say any Umar Johnson video, but I can put on a selection of Umar Johnson videos and play it for my children, and right away they'll know something ain't right with him. Because no adult would be talking like that. They wouldn't be acting like that. They wouldn't be online talking about sex the way that Umar Johnson does. They wouldn't be online talking horrible about black people. talking crazy. I mean, they would be able to identify that right away. So they you know, if hypothetically somehow FDMG opens up, my children would not want to go there. Okay, I guarantee that. I would propose that no child would want to go there. That's an interesting thought. Thank you, Tudva. Umar is a lie bunny. yeah, he is. He is. You got all these other bunnies, but the main bunny is a lie bunny. That's Umar. Okay, that's the first time I heard that one. Thanks, the lady. Jay Civic said, I caught you, Playboy. You want to say, no, I didn't. Not funny to use that word, but you were ready to go there and then pull the brakes. Yeah, but at least I stopped myself. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I admit I think it. I don't speak it, but I think it. Okay, and it's not just for black people. Sometimes I think it for other people that be tripping sometimes. But anyway, you didn't hear that from me. All right. Thanks, Jay Civic. U225 says, my future kid will be half Asian and black. Any advice? U225, he want him an African queen. No, it's all the same. Just love your children. You know, love them the best you can. That's all that matters in the end. That's what they'll remember you for, is the love you give. Okay. Thank you, U225. Or that you don't. Real talk. Okay. What's up, Kogo? Shout out to Kogo, gifted a membership. Thank you so much for that. What's up, Seth? I ain't seen you in a minute. Said Garvey was a scammer and never went to Africa and purchased janky old unseaworthy ships from the white man. He did. The good that existed. The good that existed in those days. Okay. Yeah. Well, the thing is, that's one of the big criticisms of Garvey. He never went to Africa. He spoke about African for the Africans, but that was sourced from a white guy. Just for people to think about. The other thing is that he's received criticism because and I didn't believe this at first, but he met with, I don't know if it was someone in the Ku Klux Klan, like the Grand Wizard or something like that. And that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Anyway, the Black Star Line, yeah, it was a failure, and it was some dilapidated ships, just like the irony. Umar, he purchased some dilapidated buildings. Marcus Garvey never went to Africa on those ships, and Umar never educated any black boys in these trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. There's something to think about. Yeah. Thanks, Seth, for the super chat. U225 says, Chair got streaks of Umar. All right. We'll move on. Umar gonna beam the kids up on Enterprise for school. Now, real quick, then we're gonna get to the main video. I'll limit my commentary on the main video because we got to be done. 3 hours, 30 minutes. Goodness. We still got about over 1,300 people here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hypothetically, if he opened up the school and we were in a sci-fi universe, yeah, he could just beam the kids to the school. But we're not in the sci-fi universe. In fact, that's how oftentimes in Star Trek, that's how they would just, people being on the side of the planet, they just beam over from wherever they were at, or they're in space and they just beam down to the whatever. Logistically speaking, it's just not going to work unless Umar has girl cake and cookies. If Umar has some sort of technology we don't know about, and based upon what he be saying, maybe in his own mind, he think he does. Fantastical thinking. Thanks, girls. Ujivaz says, pop math quiz. What's 70,000 minus 1,400? That would be 68,600. But don't quote me on that. Okay, thank you, Ujivaz. Seriously, who the F is believing this bullshit? Yeah, I know Umar, that's what he does. He's a professional. That's what he does. He wouldn't even excuse me, I would propose that Umar would not have even received enough money to purchase these trap bandits if he didn't have the gift of gab. Umar would not have gotten enough money to purchase these trap bandos if he didn't spew so many lies, because the lies go way back. They didn't start just in 2014 with the St. Paul's College. No, that's way, that's where the research is important. It's way, way before that. This guy was calling himself a doctor in 2012. Excuse me. In 2011, he was calling himself a doctor. He didn't get his idea until November of 2012. So the amount of lies that Umar Johnson told, but that's his gift. I don't even say it that way, but that he's gifted at lying and spinning false narratives and making people believe in bullshit. That's how he's got away. Yeah, he's a lie bunny. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, D. Will. Okay, I'm gonna limit my commentary so we can wind this down. Thank you everyone for tuning on. We got over 833 likes during this live stream. Let me go ahead and close out the poll because we got did we get the two? No, we didn't. Still ain't got the 2,000. Let me refresh that. Let me see. Okay, we got 833 likes. Thank you guys for that. Yeah, we need 12 more likes. 12 more votes on the polls. If any of you haven't voted, if we can get 12 more people, that way we can get to 2,000. I'll close that poll out. Are you surprised that Umar Johnson changed the grand opening date to 2027? 93% said no, 7% said yes. Okay, so let's see if we can get 12 more votes on that. I don't mean to be greedy, but we'll have to go on opposite. Says, but the biggest difference is Garvey at least tried and already had success with other projects such as employment and business creation. Yeah, you have a point there versus Jermaine's dope fiend employee. Yeah, you have a point there. The other thing is that Marcus Garvey, he did have an organization, and it was a legitimate organization. And at the time, it was huge. It's still in existence today. Umar, what does Umar have to show for anything? He doesn't have an organization. He hasn't built one institution. He hasn't educated one black child. That was his promise. So yeah, there are some differences, most definitely. Most definitely. It's like when Umar, he takes shots at the Nation of Islam, but the Nation of Islam, historically, they've done a lot of work in the black community. They've established a lot of businesses too. Yeah, I remember there was one in Oakland, and there was one in San Diego too. I used to go and get lunch at back in the day. There was one in San Diego, but they had other places in San Diego too. But in the Bay Area, they had a bakery that I went to one time. Actually, a couple of times I went to. So that was huge. It was about business. It was about being self-sufficient. Umar's taking shots at the Nation of Islam. But if you ask the question, what has Umar Johnson, what has he produced that speaks to self-sufficiency or black people making moves to own businesses, to provide services for the community? See, Umar he hasn't done any of that. Okay, whereas Marcus Garvey, there's a stark difference. There's a lot that was accomplished to his organization. Umar doesn't even have an organization. He has a figment of his imagination. He has different ones too. The NIBPA, that was one of them. The Team Pan African, or whatever the shit, the Pan Africanism, whatever he said. I don't even know what he said. He has a lot of different things, all these different, and it's just, he even have patches for the shits. And he there's no office hours, there's no board of directors, there's no phone number to call to contact any of these organizations, there's no website for these organizations. It's just up here inside of his mind. Anyway, thanks, officer. Okay, let's get to the main video, y'all. And I'll limit my commentary so we can get through. And then we got to the goal on the votes. Thank you guys so much. 93% said they were not surprised that Umar Johnson changed the grand opening date to 2027. 7% said that they were surprised. Okay, let me go ahead and close out this poll. All right. Let's see. Sorry, I was wrong. I remember he is a baby mama creator. All right, yeah, Umar has created that. He's created some. All right, let's not joke about that. Well, I shouldn't joke. I'm going too far. Thank you. Thank you, officer. But you're right though. Yeah, you're right about that. I know, Delphi. I shouldn't joke. I shouldn't joke about that, but that's fun. Okay. Yeah. I used to love me some bean pies back in the day. I'll tell you right now, bean pie back in the day, I love me some bean pie. That was they used to sell bean pies in Los Angeles at this Chevron gas station. I kid you not. I used to go get my gas there. Yeah, I need me a bean pie too, my brother. Okay, how much you fill up on gas? Give me $4 on unleaded, and let me get a bean pie. I kid you guys, I'm not joking on that. It just popped in my mind. That was a long time ago. Okay, let's get back to the you guys, this chat room. I can't even read this stuff. I cannot read this. You guys tripping. I love y'all. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. All right, I'm gonna leave my commentary. Let's get into this video. I'm gonna let it play mainly. Here we go. After 3 hours and 38 minutes. Okay, we're 16 seconds into it. Here we go.
Allegations
I've
will
seen
show
the renovations. But the school is there. They can't say you didn't use the money
for 7
to
years.
buy the building, the renovation.
All right. Let's be clear about this. Charlemagne, you don't know that. You don't know that Umar Johnson used all of the money to acquire the abandoned buildings and to renovate. You don't know that. Has he shown you paperwork to prove that to be the case? No, he hasn't shown any paperwork. But what I do know, based upon my research, homeboy, all right, is that Umar has used most of the money on himself. Now, how can I say that? Well, because if you look at his tax filings, and I'm not going to rehash this, but you look at his tax filings, you look at the purchase price, and you look at how much money Umar had sitting inside of a non-interest bearing account, and he showed this inside his IRS filings. Umar in 2019, if we look at Umar saying that he would have $1 million at the beginning of 2016, this would mean that if we don't count 2017, 18, 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. We don't count 10 years of Umar collecting money that Umar should have been sitting on in 2019. He should have been sitting on roughly $600,000 after acquiring these abandoned buildings in February of 2019. Charlemagne, you don't know that because you haven't done the research. He should have been sitting on roughly $600,000 in February of 2019. Umar stated that it would cost $500,000 to renovate one side of the street, which he's still renovating to this day. Well, if he was sitting on $600,000, that should have been done already, right? You don't know that because you haven't done the research, Charlemagne. So this is what I'm talking about. It's one thing to platform Umar and to have him on and lie, and then also expose your audience to this liar and to this scam artist, and he's getting money out of these people. But it's another thing to express extreme levels of ignorance in defense of Umar. Do your research. Furthermore, in 2019, Umar, he should be sitting on $600,000 after acquiring these trap bandos. If you look at Umar Johnson's IRS filings, he's raised over $1 million since that time. Have we seen $1.6 million of renovation work over the last 7 years? No. So where'd the money go? Most of the money that Umar Johnson has received has gone towards himself, not towards acquisition or renovation. I'll propose that very little money has gone into renovation. That's why renovations still aren't complete. But he's telling you guys that it's complete. So the point that I'm making is that there's different ways that you can look at this. You can look at Umar's own words where he's saying that by the beginning of 2016, he would be at $1 million. If we just take that figure of $1 million and we're not counting the past 10 years, roughly 10 years of Umar, let's be fair, 9.5 years of Umar collecting donations since that time. If we just take that, we're not counting the 9.5 years of Umar Johnson collecting donations. Let's just be even fairer. Let's give him some grace. The last 9 years of Umar collecting donations, Umar should have been sitting on $600,000, around $600,000 in February of 2019. My best estimate is that Umar has spent roughly $750,000 of all the money that he's collected, with $400,000 being acquisition roughly $350,000. It's less than that. It's got to be less than that. I'm giving him too much grace. Let's say $650,000, about $250,000 put in for renovation work. There's also bills that he had to pay, including late fees and charges, including taxes, property taxes that he would not have, would you donors would not have had. That's all wasted money that you donors would not have had to pay if Umar had his paperwork in order. Umar wasted, just on that alone, $172,931 because of his negligence. That's on him. That's money going that he's wasting. It ain't got nothing to do with FDMG. It didn't service FDMG whatsoever. The vast majority of the money that Umar Johnson has raised, my best estimate at this point is he has to be close to $3 million. The vast majority of the money that he's raised has gone to himself, not towards FDMG. Again, maybe $700,000 at this point, $300,000 maybe put towards renovation. I even know, man, that's giving him some serious grace. $400,000 purchase price out of $3 million. There's about $2.3 million that's just missing based upon my best estimate, and I'm going based upon my research here. Okay, we can give him some grace, at least $1.5 million missing. Some people say that's a lot of money. Well, no, think about this though. Okay, Umar, he's been collecting donations since at least 2012. It's been about 13 years. You take this is how I like to look at stuff. You take, let's say $3 million, and we're going to divide that by 13 years. That's $230,000 a year. Okay, and then if we take $3 million and we say as an estimate, the estimate is $3 million, but then we also say, okay, purchase price of $400,000. Let's say Umar put in terms of renovation, again, man, I'm giving this, let's say 300,000. I don't know. Grace 400,000? No. I know that's not true. But let's just say 400,000, and then that's 800,000. So we're going to subtract 800,000 from the 3 million. That gets it down to 2,200,000. And then if we divide this by 12 years, 2020, no, it should be 13 years. Yeah, we divide it by 13 years. That's $169,230 a year. So, I mean, in the bigger scheme of things, for a project of this scale, that's not a lot of money. Okay, it doesn't justify Umar doing what he's done with the money. It doesn't justify. Does that make sense? But I just want to put this into perspective. If we take out what we would assume that Umar Johnson, in terms of donation money spent on renovations, and then the purchase price of $400,000, and then we divide the rest of the money, the estimate, and it got to be closer to $3 million by now. You divide the $3 million by 13 years, because he was collecting donations in the form of land in 2012. And then that gets to $169,230 a year. Okay, I can see Umar running through money like that easy with his lifestyle. Anyway, Charlamagne don't know what he's talking about. That's the point I want to make.
And all of that type of stuff, but I have heard people say he'll never get accreditation.
All right. This is what I mean. I don't think Charlamagne meant to say accreditation, because Umar has already admitted that the school will not be accredited. So it makes no sense. I think what Charlamagne is saying is because in his mind, the school was purchased, the abandoned buildings were purchased, the abandoned buildings were renovated, and the renovations are complete. So the next step in that is what Umar has been calling the certificate of occupancy. I think what he's saying is that people have, what Charlamagne is alluding to is this notion that there are his critics, I guess myself included, that we are saying that Umar Johnson will never receive the certificate of occupancy, not that Umar Johnson will be accredited. And so I just think that Charlamagne he mixed it up. Either that or he don't know what he don't know what he's talking about. But it's one of those two, that he didn't know what he was talking about, or he misspoke there, right?
Well, here's the thing. You don't need accreditation to be an independent school. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't have to get accreditation. That's understood. But the point is that why would parents pay $500 a month for their child to go to a school that's not accredited so that when they allegedly graduate in 50 years, that their diploma is useless in the real world? It makes no sense.
Accreditation is a voluntary process. On a university level, it's a little bit more mandatory. But for grade school,
see how he says it's a little bit more mandatory? This is interesting. There are colleges that are not accredited. I remember people were saying that I wasn't in college and that my college was not accredited. People just be lying. I'm saying when you have to start lying on people, it's just, first of all, it's unnecessary, but my goodness, have some respect for yourself in the first place. Anyway, you see how he says just a little bit, that type of terminology, there's a term for that terminology. There is a term for when people, they'll say things like, you see it like on the court shows like Judge Judy, they'll say, well, basically what happened was, and she'll be like, no, not basically. So these are phrases that people use. You'll see it often when people are being interrogated, because I spent a lot of time watching interrogation videos, like real interrogations. And when they question the suspect, they'll use certain types of phrases in advance of saying what they want to say. Yeah, like, maybe, or it's an insinuation, but it's something else. Not equivocation, thinking buffer. No, it's not that. I know what you're talking about there, though, too. It's a qualifying statement. So that's what Umar is doing here. It's a qualifying statement. He's not saying it's, hold on a sec. Qualifying statement. This is something to look for. Qualifying statements are words or phrases added to claims to limit their scope, increase precision, or express uncertainty, helping to avoid overgeneralization. They function as hedging in academic or professional writing and signal confidence levels, e.g. suggest, it's likely that, or modify magnitude, time, e.g. sometimes, mostly, in most cases, right? So you can listen, someone said unqualified statement. You guys can listen for that with Umar. Yeah, it is a form of misdirection too, because it's not that you're answering directly. And even though you're answering, it's a deflection away from getting straight to the actual statement. So you issue a qualifying statement in advance. You guys look, another one is Umar, he'll say stuff like God willing. We hear that with him a lot. God willing, if we get the certificate, okay, that's a qualifying statement. You see, look for that. So yeah, it's basically, it's weasel words. Yeah, and for you black people, it's what had happened was. That's undefeated. Yeah. Well, what had happened was. That's really what it is. Okay, let's go back. Here we go.
On a university level, it's a little bit more mandatory. But
it's a little bit. See that?
For grade schools, your right to operate comes from the State Department of Education. So I can voluntarily go and get some white people and ask them what they think about my black school.
See, he's trying to frame this as if he's not going to concede to white people. And what he's really alluding to is this notion of the white power structure, or in some cases to more extreme, where he says things like global white supremacy. So he's trying to justify his school being unaccredited by saying that he's not going to concede to white power in authority. But that's not what this is. It's about rules and regulations and then the legitimacy of this so-called institution. And the point being is that if you as and Umar, he conceptualized an independent school as if he's the dictator and he's in control of everything and everything goes through him and he's not subject to any rules or regulations. That's how he conceptualizes this. But the point being is that if you want to go that route, as almost like a cult type of dynamic, what that means is that when these children graduate with fake diplomas, these fake diplomas will not be recognized as being legitimate. So that when they graduate, if they want to apply for a job that requires a diploma, they're not going to qualify for that job. If they want to go to college and they have to have a diploma in order to do that, they're not going to be able to qualify for that. So what they would have to do, therefore, is either enroll for a senior year at an accredited high school, or get their GED. But why would you pay $500 a month to put yourself in that situation? And really, why would a parent pay $500 a month to put their child in that situation in the first place? It doesn't make any sense. But the thing is, though, is that Charlemagne, I don't think he meant to ask the question about the school not being accredited. I think what he really he meant to ask was about the certificate of occupancy. I think he just misspoke there, because Umar has already admitted that the school will not be accredited. I can pull the receipt to show you all that, but let's keep going.
But being Dr. Umar Ifatunde, I don't really care about the opinions of anybody outside of my community, so we won't be doing that. So if
See that? But again, that's to the detriment of the children who would someday attend this fake funky school, right? That's to their detriment. But for Umar, it's ego, but it's also, it's a cop-out. See, he doesn't want, and he believes that he's going to have full autonomy and control over these children. He doesn't want oversight, but anytime you're dealing with somebody else's children, there's going to be oversight.
Charlemagne said, you know what? I don't want to send my child to FDMG because they're not accredited. Then send them somewhere else, because I know what we're about to do. We're about to change the whole game.
Mm-hmm. That's senseless. It doesn't mean anything that we're about to change. What does that mean? We're going to change the whole game. There's no substance there whatsoever.
You think the State Department of Education will ever agree to have this school?
Why not? I got all the credentials of any white person. In fact,
okay, that doesn't have anything. See that? This is deflection right here. And again, I've talked about this in the past, that what Umar does when he's pressed about the school, he'll bring up his credentials because that's where he feels empowered. He's weaponized his credentials against Black people. So instead of answering the question directly, with the Department of Education, will they be okay with it? Whatever he said, open up the school? Umar goes to, well, listen, I have these degrees. That ain't got nothing to do with it. See, the Department of Education, they have guidelines, they have rules and regulations that you have, and you can have 50 degrees. It doesn't matter. You can have 3 degrees. It doesn't matter. What matters is whether or not everything is on the up and up with this so-called FDMG school. But what does Umar do? He doesn't address that directly. He goes to, and he does this, he'll go to citing his degrees. I have 6 degrees. You know, I'm the most requested scholar. You know, I've saved millions of Black boys. You know, I've written 2 books. You know, I've saved boys from the school to prison pipeline. I was a school principal. I was a school vice principal. I'm a therapist. I'm a child therapist. I'm a school psychologist. I'm Prince Ifatunde. I'm King Kong Khan. And he goes off, rolls off. Ain't nobody asked you that. And don't nobody care about all that.
Probably got more credentials than any other white person, so why not?
Because you Black. And
then you about to shake it up.
I mean, there may be some difficulties along the road, but the biggest thing that's going to alleviate a lot of that, we are not a government-funded charter school.
Got you.
We are an independent tuition base. If you don't pay, they don't come. So,
yeah, but this is part of Umar's strategy to extend this indefinitely, to not take government funding. And for Umar, the logic is, I mean, it's crafty, but the logic is he can make a perpetual excuse that the money is not there because we're not taking state funding. And then he uses the excuse that, hey, listen, the reason why we're not taking state funding is because we're truly independent. This is Black power. This is, King Kong consciousness. You know, we're doing something that's never been done before. But then he can say, the excuse on top of that is, hey, listen, we're only receiving money for Black people, and y'all know Black people ain't got no money, so we're doing the best that we can. That's why the school ain't open yet. You see the game here? And if we took state funding, we would have had the money, but we're not gonna go that route because we're only doing it Black. We're doing it Black, Blackity, Black, right? But then he can extend this indefinitely with that logic, if you want to call it that. It's crafty, and he's something else.
Oh, remember, the school we have was a charter school. I used to be principal at a charter school. I used to be vice principal at a charter school.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything? And based upon my research, you function as a principal for about 3 months. Okay? And in terms of vice principal, I haven't been able to find no evidence of that, but I'll give you credit for whatever. You always saying you something. I used to be I was at SeaWorld. I was swimming with the fish. Okay, what that got to do with opening up a school? You remember Shamu? I used to ride Shamu on Shamu's back. What they got to do? I'm opening FDMG, damn it. I said, well, what does that got to do with opening up the FDMG? The monkeys, I had me a monkey. I said, wait a minute. His name was Bubbles. I said, you lying. I'm monkeying that. You remember Michael Jackson bought that bubble? That's I trained that monkey at my school. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
And there's so many hoops you got to jump through in order to keep that funding. It ain't really worth it to me. It's too much. It's too much. And so for me, I'm glad we went the way that we went. It's the first school in American history built.
Yeah, notice how he's phrasing this as if it already exists. I'm glad we went the route. It's in the past tense. I'm glad we went the route that we went, and it's the first school. It's not a school. You know what I'm saying? I know. Umar really think he's Principal Joe Clark. Lean on very side. I'm training with the Dolphins family, getting ready for the students. You can't stop me. You heard Umar did that? I said, you can't stop me, family. All right. Listen, Shamu, I ain't playing with you. All right. Yeah, lock the doors. That's what he. All right. You smoke crack, don't you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Why you do that kid like that? That ain't right. Yes, sir. I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh, but that was wrong. Don't do that to that crack smoking kid. Don't do him like that. And do it for the whole screen for everybody to see it. All right. That was crazy. I feel bad for that kid, even to this day. He said, "You smoke crack, don't you?" Yes, sir. Whoever wrote that, this script writers is crazy, boy. I tell you. You know. Hey, listen, man. All right, let me get back. Let me focus, man. Umar was watching that as a kid. He was like, all right. Okay. Let's finish up, y'all. Love y'all. Here we go.
Exclusively by donations from African people from around the world. Every single continent, nearly every country donated to FDMG.
So what are you going to be opening?
Nearly every country? Come on, man. He just be doing too much.
Country donated to FDMG.
So what are you going to be opening the doors where students can start?
Well, we got.
Who I was like, well, that's the question he don't want to answer either. Well, let's see what he said.
Students can start.
Well, we got to get a certificate of occupancy. I can't answer that. You feel me? That see, it's always something holding me.
It's always something holding me. You see that? See? Here we go. And that's it. We don't even got to watch the rest of it, listen to the rest of it. There's always something with this guy. And it's true, but the thing is that he never holds himself accountable. It's always someone else's fault. There's always something holding me, family. No, it's you. First, you couldn't find the blueprints. Then before that was the Archdiocese of Chicago was stopping you, the sabotage, and it was the white lawyer, and then you couldn't find the blueprints, and then you couldn't get the key to open up that one room, and you couldn't get the electricity turned on and the water, but then you got the electricity turned on, and you got the water turned on. It was an HVAC, then it was an HVAC, and you couldn't get HVAC because Brother Jose was smoking crack or something. Don't do that about Brother Jose. He don't do no drugs. And he don't smoke nothing. He don't do none of that. Okay? He's from Tijuana. They don't. Right? It's always something with this guy. We can put together a whole list. So now what the excuse is a certificate of occupancy. And he can play this out for the next 2 or 3 years. I sincerely hope that he doesn't, but he could. He can play this out for another 2 or 3 years. I kid you not. Yeah, thank you, Contevet. Another one was his bank accounts were frozen, and I hacked his bank account. I mean, we can put yeah, HVAC battery, Island Gal, yeah, that one too. Boo boo in the toilet. you blamed it on boo boo. You know that's diabolical. You be blaming shit for shit. You know what I mean? That is what happened? It was the boo boo. The boo boo was sabotaging my toilets, fella. Say, well, don't do that. It was a boo boo. If you don't stop, said donate. We got donations from Kazakhstan, family. All right. Yeah, the black contractor's another one. Yep. Yeah, he got all. I know this lying on brother Jose. Cut it out. All right. It said Mufasa donated, Simba donated. All right. Yeah, there's some HVAC issues going on, so allegedly now, Craig. So just get ready for it. It's always something with it. But he always blames everybody else. Okay. Okay, let me get out this chat room. Y'all crazy. Okay. We're almost done. Here we go.
If we had it right now, I'm confident we can start August, not this year, because you only got a few months, but of 2027. You feel me? But the question becomes.
There it is. And then the question becomes, see, qualifying statements.
Here we go again. We're completely done. How long before you give us our paper so we can start planning for the children?
And
okay, why wouldn't you have already planned for the children when you gave the grand opening date? See, all of this should have been planning for the children. September 11, 2013, August 21st, 2015, between January and July of 2015, August 2015, September 2016. So you give all these grand opening dates, you should have already planned for the children, right? 2017, 2018, August 21st, 2018, August 21st, 2019, August 21st of 2020, summer of 2021, fall of 2021, summer of 2021, fall of 2022, September 10th of 2022, fall of 2022. You should have already planned for the children. February of 2023, December of 2023, January of 2024, February of 2024, sometime in 2024, sometime in 2025, August of 2025, end of 2024. He also said September of 2024. I just saw that one today. February of 2025, August of 2025, September of 2025. He also said 2026, and now he's saying 2027. Well, why wouldn't you have already planned for these children way in advance? Because you initially said in 2010 that the grand opening was September of 2013. 12 years later, over 12 years later, you still ain't playing for the kids? Don't make no sense. And the truth is, he ain't playing for no kids because he doesn't ever want to get to that phase of operations. That's why he always has an excuse. Diabolical.
And with the children, what are you thinking as far as?
Can't answer that.
And with the children,
how long before you give us our paper so we can start planning for the children?
And
I can't answer that.
And with the children,
he can't answer that. That's the next excuse.
What are you thinking as far as, I guess, attendance? Is it going to be paid? Is it going to be
tuition?
Free? Tuition. So
yeah, it's tuition. He said $500. I have it inside of the first time I heard him say it. Actually, I heard him say it before that. Let me just look something up. Then we got about 5 more minutes here. Tuition. Because he says in the Big Papa podcast, most of y'all ain't heard that one. We need to sit down and listen to that whole thing. Yeah, $500 a month. This was 2019, September 11th of 2019. He was on a radio interview, and he talked about tuition being $500 a month. And then in the Big Papa podcast, he talks more about the tuition and how it's going to be handled. Yeah, if someone reminds me tomorrow, if we get together tomorrow, I'm not even sure quite yet, but if we get together tomorrow, we can pull that up too. Yeah, everyone needs to hear that because most people haven't, but everyone needs to hear that. If you're someone who's researched into Umar, it's something that you definitely have to hear because it's incredible all the way across the board. And I was shocked when I first heard it. Let's keep going. Here we go.
Kids
they got to pay. You don't pay, they don't come.
And everything. I got you.
And it's not going to be an issue for us because.
I remember I already heard this part. Listen to what Umar's saying. So what he's saying is that tuition, $500 a month is not going to be an issue because of, listen to what Umar says. And put this in context. Wilmington, Delaware is where these abandoned buildings are located. This is an impoverished community. This is a drug-infested, crime-infested community. These are all statements of fact. And before Umar purchased these trap bandos, Wilmington, Delaware, they call, and I'll say probably still call it Murder Town, USA. and it was ranked 6th in the nation, 6th or 7th in the nation for violent crime per capita. So this is a community that we're in. A parent does not have $500 to just give away per month so that their child can attend a school when the child can go to school for free. And on top of that, they'll be paying $500 for the child to go to a school that's not accredited. It doesn't even make any sense. I remember when I first started on the second documentary many years ago, because I tabled it at a certain point because it was just too much. It's still too much, but I'm gonna get it done. I researched these things, and one of the things I researched was immediate income. I can't remember what it was, but it was really low for that community. It's really low. So the idea of someone coming up with $500 a month, they just with one child is crazy, let alone 2 or 3 of them, $1,500 a month. Okay, it makes no sense whatsoever. So I want you guys to hear how Umar justifies this $500 a month being paid by these parents, and I just want critical thinking here. Is Umar providing an answer or a justification that is of substance, that is meaningful? Yeah, that's the question. All right, so let's see how he answers. Watch this.
Number one, my popularity, my expertise, but also the demand.
Okay, popularity is irrelevant. Umar, in terms of expertise, he's never ran a school. He's never opened up a school. He's never functioned to any capacity in terms of building anything or organizing anything of substance for that matter. He's worked as a school psychologist. He claims that he worked as a vice principal. I haven't found any research that proves that to be the case, but I might as well give it to him. He's worked as a principal for about 3 months. But and then you can even throw in all the degrees. That's still not substantive as to why it is that parents would be willing to pay $500 a month for their child to attend a school that's not accredited. Okay, let's listen to what else he says here. Ooh, he's something else. He's something else. Yeah, he said popularity. You know, the other thing, Swagolito, is this is also part of Umar's narcissism because he really sees himself in a particular way and he expects everyone else to see him the same. So whenever in the same way. So whenever he's challenged or he's given a question dealing specifically with FDMG, that's what he reverts to because that's his comfort. That's his comfort zone. That's his blanket, as it were. We used to call that a tata blanket back in the day. That gives him the comfort. So he'll go back to talking about his accolades, his popularity, you know, I'm King Kong Khan, I got 6 degrees, but that's not anything of substance because whatever it is that whatever he's saying here, that has nothing to do with any legitimate reason as to why a parent would pay $500 a month for their child to attend a school that's not accredited. Okay. What's up, Mikey? All right, let's go.
Where we are, if you look at the statistics for Black children in Wilmington, if you go across the border and look at the educational statistics for Black children in Chester, right? Mm-hmm. If you go across the border to New Jersey and look at the...
What does that got to do with anything? Another thing he said, demand. Okay, there is no demand in that community for parents to pay $500 a month for their children to go to a school that's not accredited when they can send their children for free to a school that is accredited, that has a faculty and staff. Not some dude that living in mama closet up here ranting and raging in front of these abandoned buildings. Umar, he out there. You see so far wrong.
Statistics for Black children in Southern New Jersey or Northern Maryland, it ain't great. You follow me? So the parents in that area, they're looking for an alternative.
Okay, where's the empirical evidence to prove that to be the case? There is none. See, so if I ask the question, the critical question, is there anything that Umar Johnson is saying here that's substantive that will lead you to conclude that the notion of parents paying $500 a month for their children to attend a school that's not accredited, that somehow that's legitimate? There is nothing there. His popularity, that there's some sort of a demand that parents, no, that's not true at all. Where's the empirical evidence to prove that to be the case? No, it doesn't exist. See, this is why Umar, he's a master manipulator in these ways. And see, he's not addressing the questions directly. He's deflecting and he's talking about things that are totally irrelevant, but he has a history of doing that.
To the charter school system that's always expelling their kids, to the public school system who ain't teaching their kids, to the Catholic school system who are always looking for a reason not to allow their children in. And we're going to be just that.
Yeah, nothing of substance. Nothing whatsoever. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show. I really enjoyed myself today. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I wasn't planning on live streaming tomorrow. I may. If I do, what we'll do is I'm going to pull up all of the Breakfast Club interviews, and I'll take the audio from where Umar specifically talked about FDMG, and we'll put them back to back to back, and we'll go through all of them. It's, well, you guys are going to trip. And then if someone reminds me, if we do get together tomorrow, someone remind me to pull up the Big Papa podcast, because everyone needs to hear that. Okay, it's audio, but it's, how can I say this? It's one of the most disturbing. Yeah, it's disturbing for different reasons. I'll explain that tomorrow if we get together tomorrow. It's disturbing, but it's also very insightful into Umar's delusion. And most people haven't heard it. It's also disturbing. There's some stuff he says in there that when you guys hear that, you're going to be like, what in the world? Okay. So if we do get together tomorrow, I'll decide in the morning. And if we do get together, I'll put it up here. I'll set the show up. That's what we'll address, those topics. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. We had over 800 likes. Our goal was 500. We got over 800. So I want to thank everyone who hit that like button. Matter of fact, we can get to 900. We need 10 more to get to 900. If you haven't hit that like button, I'm going to hit it. We need 10 more people to get to 900. And that will be awesome. Okay. And again, thank you guys, everyone, for tuning on. Thanks to the mods too for handling business. I appreciate y'all. I did see there was people that were saying that there was trolls in there. I didn't see any of the troll comments because I normally don't look inside the chat room. And then when I do go in there, I didn't see anything. So the mods are probably handling the business. I appreciate y'all for that as well. Also, thanks to everyone who sent in, if you sent in super chats or super stickers during this live stream, I want to thank you for that as well. Your support is always appreciated, and I do not take it for granted. In fact, you guys have blessed me so much that humbly I have to express my gratitude every single time I can. Okay, because you guys have blessed me so much, so I appreciate that as well. Is that it? Did we get to 900? I just want to see if we got to 900. Then we're gonna be up out of here. Okay, we got 908. All right. Thank you guys for that. I appreciate it. Thank you guys again for all of your support. And as we always do,
we had donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? We're trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
Man, Umar crazy. we appreciate Leonard being here for 4 hours. Rather have 8. Next time, maybe 8. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
I know, TJ. Of course,
it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
All right. Yeah. Good night, Abigail.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah,
oh, it's
coming. What's up, Sharif?
FDMG.
All right. Yeah, those are classics.
It's coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
I don't know why I came up with that lyric. It's working. Thank you, Be Highly Opinionated. Yeah, it was so much fun, but it's the Cookie Crush chat. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Again, thank you guys for all of your support as well. Okay, I always appreciate it humbly. Okay, thank you. Someone also sent me a Cash App, SB. I'll say SB. Thank you for that. I appreciate your support. Okay, you guys, please enjoy the rest of your evening, and sincerely, I appreciate you all, and I love y'all sincerely. Okay, I'll talk to y'all soon. Take care. Peace.